Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 18. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は18日目です。Right. I'm back from the round trip airport. This is an expected late start. Not too bad, not too bad. We're gonna try to stay vigilant, keep our WaniKani and our HanziHero going today. Let's see. We have 53 reviews, and I think we're gonna have one or two vocabulary words, considering what we have here. I think the beginning of each WaniKani session will probably end up going over things that were slow from last time. And I think I had one thing, so until this starts racking up, we won't dedicate a specific spot to it, right? I believe the one that was slow yesterday was Boon and Mon for sentence or writing. Yeah. All right, let's hop right in. No time like the present. Be a little bit more expedient today, right? I got 53. All right, let's get to it. So we've gotten used to segregating onyomi from kunyomi from the list set, right? I think this one is an exception because it is a number, right? Pass. Sort of pass. Chi? Inu? Pass. Whoops. Meh. Pass. Oops. Pass. Pass. This is a pass and a rendaku. Pass. This is red, right? So make sure I don't accidentally typo. On the third day, me drive me to the car. Drive me to work, wherever that is. Me. Oh, pass. Pass. Car on fire. Ka. Joel. Oh. Sword. This one's the sword. Okay. How does this? Oh, the tweet. Oh, whoops. Pass first. Then dead room, right? Did it pass? Oh, sa. I. Pass. Uh guess saw a tree down for books. Getsugatsu. Hone for honing skills. Pass. 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 Yeah, still pass. Pass. Not sort of pass. Not really. This is the doggo. Coconuts day? Coconut. Or not day, but coconuts. Is this the... No, this is sun. Fuji-san. Se and sho. Correct. Pass. 8th day. Yoka. Oops. Chew for Chewbacca. Yoka. Yogurt. You. Use. Sheep. Sheep. And oh. Yen. Okay. Heat. For heat. And what happened on the second day? Futsu. The foot's car. Yabba dabba doo. Is this a pass? Yes, pass. Pass. Right. Pass? End sentence. Talent comes with age. Pass. 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 Bun. This was the one that we got stuck on a little bit. Wrong with day here. Cho. This is Cho. Oh. Tama. Tamara. Pass. Bye. Pass. Nah, no ka. Nah, no ka. 6 moves. Oh, Moika. Oh no, this is Muy Bien car. Oh no. Muy Bien. I should have slowed down there for a little bit. That's okay. It's bound to happen. I was trying to be a little quick there. Needed to slow down. Where are we at? Stand Ritsu. Recognized it a little too late. Just a little too late. Pass. Coconuts day. Pass. Sweet. Swing. Wait for wait. Oh, Onyomi. Oh, right. What you call it? Joe. Gotta be careful of that, I suppose. Onyomi as opposed to kunyomi. Okay. Okay. This is the Power Rangers, right? This was a sticker point too, so we gotta make sure about that. Rock and roll. Hit television. Pass. Oh. Yeah, muy bien. Muy bien, car. Pass. Pass. Those are 9. Cucumber? Is this a cucumber moment? Cucumber and cookies? Oh, maybe not. I think that was just a pass from the cucumbers and cookies. Okay. This is the 6 moves. So Rendaku for Kuchi and E for pass. For like, what is this? The whale's mouth is the exit. Right side of normal. U again for use. Pass. Haku. White iPhone. And oops. Evan. Pass. And 10 for 10%. Maru. Pass. Pass. This is the moo thing. Mutsu. Pass. Ta for taco field. Talker. Polka. Oh. The vocab. Oh, right. My bad. I'm like, what the heck? Oh, we have 15 lessons. We gotta book it. Alright, so I made one error, but that was more of a speed error, right? Yeah, that's more of a speed error. It's fine. So we got vocab. Yeah, this was a speed error. Muy bien car. We'll write that later. Okay, so let's start on our lessons. How far are we? 14 minutes? Alright. Girl. Okay. Onnanoko. So I guess we have to get a woman, child. You say girl, yeah. Onnanoko is a relatively formal word commonly used in context while classifying a classification or categorization by gender is used, such as in sports. Okay. Onnanoko. Okay. Oh wait, no, not onnanoko. I'm not using no phrase, but yes. So joshi. Hey, joshi.
Joshi.
Joshi. Okay. Or josh. Yes. Joshi or josh. Okay, jukoko, so that's onyomi. Yeah. Okay. 晚上好，Jiao. Can't read that. 帽子 oh 帽子很帅 Thanks. 谢谢 it's my hat phase again. My hair is getting long, so after I take a shower, I wear a cap for a day and to keep the hair down. So let's see. Joshi. Oh, Onyomi. So what's the mnemonic for Joshi? Wait. You're just gonna... Oh, wait. Oh. You don't need a mnemonic. It's Jo and Shi. It's two Onyomis. We should know Joshi. So self-explanatory. So this is a pass. We need to remember it's a pass. I don't know if I'm gonna read most of these today, seeing that we don't have that much time. Ladies' room. How did they do ladies' room? Oh, Joshi toire. Joshi toire. Desho. Oh, sochi. Yeah, sochi wa Joshi toire desho. Joshi Puroresu. Oh, puroresu. Oh, as in like wrestling. Desu no. What the heck? Chiketto. Presento shita. Oh, I gave it. Okay, fair enough. Yoshi. Bareeball. Bareeball no team Captain. Oh my gosh, Captain deshita. so much ego. All right. What's our next one? Sword. Okay. Right. Katana. The other meaning, yes. Sword. They share meaning. That's great. Oh, and it's katana. Okay. Katana. Whichever accent you go with. Katana. Okay. So katana is made of single kanji, right? So it uses kunyomi, with the exception of numbers and etc. I'm hoping you already know this word. That will be, yeah, katana. I might as well just start calling it katana. They accept, right? Yeah, they accept the other meaning. So I usually refer, whenever I'm talking about swords in Japanese, I usually refer to it as a katana. Let's see. Katana o nuku. Interesting. Nuku. To draw? Like to unsheath? To carry. Motsu. Yes, motsu. Brandish. Furimawasu. Interesting. Ikinari. Oh, what is ikinari? Out of the blue? Oh, suddenly, like out of the blue. Ikinari samurai ga katana o aketa? 日本で刀を買いたいです。Okay, wanna buy. That's not in kanji. この小さい刀かわかくない。かわいくない。かわいくない。Conjugation of the adjective. Alright. So we got sword, and then now we got dirt to dirt. Okay, that's a pass. Soil, earth. Okay, we'll take all of them. All right, fair enough. That means they share a meaning. Tsuchi.
土
Tsuchi.
土
Tsuchi. Oh man. This is like chi. Tsuchi. Okay, chi. So since this is made of kanji, so we got kunyomi. You look through the soil. You're trying to find something. As you dig and sift, you come across not one, but two chi. Two cheeses. Two cheeses. Pull them out of the ground and put them in your mouth. How do the two cheeses taste and compare? Well, one tastes like dirt, and the other one kind of tastes like dirt too. Oh, that's gonna be a little tough. Cheeses. Two cheeses. Alright. So, dirt cheese. What do you usually find? What do you typically don't find in the dirt? Apparently two cheeses. So,
土
chi,
土
chi. Chi. Okay, chi no bera. Wait, or what the heck? Wait. Guraundo. Really? For playing field, guraundo. For the ground. That's funny. It's like ground of ground. Lump of earth. Oh. Katamari. Okay, katamari. Smell. Nioi. Huh. そのトマト、そのトマト、土が、ついてるよ。Has on it? I'm not familiar with this one either. これは、富士山の、土なんだよ。Mogu. Really? Mogura. What? Mogura. Mogura ga mole is Moguru? Mogura? Mogura ga tsuni into the ground. Hai? Eita? Interesting. Okay. Pass. Kanji. Alright, and then I wonder if this is an exception to the kunyomi thing. Yes, because it's kind of a number. It's a unit, like it's a massive number, so sen. So we just go with sen. So we know the onyomi, we got the pass on the onyomi.
千
千
Okay, I'm getting all the like exceptions and kunyomi and unyomi things down. It's coming along. Dollar N. There's our N. Added to it. Poundo. Oh, pondo. Pondo. That's a ego. Furansujin. Ego. Okay. We're fine with that. And then we have Isen. Ne? If you have 1,000, you have 1,000. Right on, Ko. And simply saying sen is the most common way, yeah. But sometimes you might use 1,000 to emphasize or clarify the exact number. Alright, fair enough. So, isen.
一千
Isen.
一千
Yeah, and then it's a yuko word, so you would use kunyomi. So the kunyomi for the, or actually, no, that's using onyomi. The jukuko words are onyomi, so we already know Sort of, technically, but this is I guess, what would this qualify as? Does it qualify as a rendaku? Probably not. If you know the reading of your kanji, you'll know how to read this. The only thing that's a bit weird is the reading of the E. Yeah, it's a short E. The chi turns into a small tsu, making it, yeah. Tsu, sh, su. I'm surprised those things don't get reduced into small things, but they often sounds very, very small anyways, even when you say it. Like, ichi, ich, right? Each sen, right? So, isen. Kind of is, honestly, for at least personally as an English speaker, right? For my personal English, I like this is a more natural pace where you have like a space between those words, like ichi, shichi, tsuchi. If you put a space, it kind of feels nice. This is what? This is yeah, I know this is onyomi. Asa the Kasatawa role will do onyomi. Alright. I know this. I don't understand why you're saying that. But okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I know that. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's, okay. Isen... Unless that stands for something else. Guess I can look. I don't think that stands for something else. Oh. Oh, that sound? Asata wa role will do sound? Oh, wait, sorry. Wrong language. That's fine, Churn. It's irrelevant to me right now. Whatever you're trying to say, it's irrelevant. It's a moot point. I already know what the reads are. And where they're coming from. So I'm not sure why you said that or what context that prompted you to say that. Home beam is changed the reading of the sound to sound better. Oh, okay. I'll remember. I'll try to remember that if they ever mention it. But that's fine. I probably won't end up remembering that term unless it's mentioned in WaniKani, but I call it a euphonic change usually, or reading better, which that's the whole point. I literally made that point, so that's fine. Pedantic, again. Let's see. So onyomi, because this is what was it again? What was the word I was looking for? It's a combination of two. Yeah, jukuko. Sword. Katana. Katana. Dirt. Two cheeses. Chi. Chi. It's a number, standalone, onyomi, so sen. And then I keep forgetting this term. Yukuko. Okay. Alright. Isen. I think we're fine. We got lots of vocabulary today. Or keep moving here. Okay. Chi. Pass. Oh. Let's just write. This will simplify things. Yoshi. Yes. Katana. Ten. All right. Next five. I think we have more than 15 today. Oh. Okay. Evening. Last night. Okay. Yube. Right? Yube. Probably. I spent all evening in bed last night. It was really chilled evening. Nice. Very nice. I spent all evening in bed last night. A really chill evening. Wow. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, you bet. When hiragana is attached, yeah, okurigana, you can usually assume that the kanji is going to be read using, yeah, kunyomi reading, which is exactly what's going on with this word as well. By learning the words kanji, you've also learned the reading for this word. Yes, you bet.
ゆうべ
You bet.
You bet. Okay. Got anything? Wine? Guitar. Oh. Oh. Opera. Oh no, opera. Opera. Interesting. Opera. Opera no yube. Ah, tsuki. Tsuki o mita. Let's see. Yube no... What? Na... O... Oi? Oinan? Wait, what the heck? Bina. Wait. Ina. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, Dina. Holy heck. Dina. Oh my gosh. Dinner. Dina wa tamanegi. Oh yeah, there's the tama. Got at it. Tamanegi no kare deshita. 5月にワインの夕べとねと you oh man you the heck you evento or is that toy no this would be the quote marker for this you イベントがあります。There... Oh! Called. Fair enough. Really weird seeing it that way. But, you know, you gotta work somewhere. Childish child. I'm not surprised. Kid, yes. Noun suffix ko. Yes. Standalone. So standalone kunyomi. You see a child and walk up to him. Then you punched him in the face. Oh no, how could you? He flies through the air and he's knocked out. A ref nearby yells that it was a KO. That's a knockout. Why did I do that, Ko? Make sure you learn this reading pretty well too. Both readings for Shi and Ko are going to show up a lot, and this is how you're going to learn the Kunyomi one. A one punch KO, huh? KO. Alright. I'm not sure how I feel about punching a kid in the face. That's weird. That's it's very uncharacteristic. Kinda dark. Kawaii ko. Chisai ko. Ii ko. A good kid. Kind of reminds me like you're a good dog. Sonoライオンの子はね、シンバという。あなたは私の本当の子でないの。私の子、ビヨンセに似ていると思わない。Oh, yeah, resemble. Yes. Look similar. 思わない. Oh, that is interesting. 思わない? Oh, 私の子、ビヨンセに似ていると思わない? Jeez. Jeez. Okay. Anyways. Chisai. Chisai is a pass. Pass plus adjective. Ne? This kanji has hiragana attached to it, right? That means it's probably an adjective, and it is. So if you take the kanji, right, sho, and it's meaning small, you can figure out the adjective version of it, which is the adjective version of small. Actually, it's the same thing, small. Okay, little, small, the adjective. All right, so chisai.
小さい
Chisai.
小さい
Chisai. Since this word consists of kanji with hiragana attached to it, then you're going to be using the kunyomi, right? Oh, you didn't learn that reading with this kanji, so here's what the chi portion is. What do you think of the word small? Try to think of this cheese. Man, what is up with this? What is up with ko and cheese? There's so much cheese. First, we make a cheesy tweet on the first day, and then we found 2 cheeses in the dirt. And now we are thinking about small cheeses in the shop. Try to think of this cheese store. You go inside and all these cheeses are so small. They hand you a magnifying glass to see all the cheeses. You look at them and exclaim, why are these cheeses so small? Profit. Middle, inside. Oh, yeah, naka. I wonder how they're going to get naka in. When the middle kanji is used as a word, it means inside. When you're in the middle of something, it means you're in that thing. Fair enough, actually. So naka.
中
Naka.
中
Naka. So this is made of singles, so we do kunyomi. There's a sound coming from inside the wall. It sounds like a knock noise. You break down the wall and there's some creepy dude standing inside. He is the naka. I like it. What does this remind me of with the naka? Oh, this might be a little bit hard to remember because it reminds me of talka. Tolka, right? Tolka, the talker. On the 10th for 10 day 10, the 10th day. Naka. I mean, that's okay. I don't necessarily have to remember the amount of right off the bat, I suppose. Naka kara, tete kuru. Wait. Tete kuru. Come out from inside. Interesting. Naka kara kikoeru. Oh, kikoeru. That's fine. Koeru. Ageru. Yep. Yeah. Hayaku. Hayaku naka ni, hairo. Kono group. Oh my gosh. Group no naka ni, Reichiru wa imasu ka? Konnichiwa. Hey, it's been a while. How are you? Let's see. Kawa no naka kara bikini no no onna ga dacho. Onna ga dete kita. Dete kita. I'm not reading the English because as I'm reading this, you kind of already know what it says. Let's see. Naka? Rather. Fairly. Quite. Rather, fairly, quite. Interesting. You're fairly good. How have I been? I've been pretty well. I've been doing pretty well. I've been doing pretty well. We started our new project, so you know, we're working on those two projects. I just came back from the airport. It was like a 6 to 7 hour round trip. I had to pick up my mom from the airport. Okay, the noma symbol just repeats the kanji that comes before it. In other words, naka is the same as naka. Easy. So with naka, you have middle times 2, okay? So when something is more middle than middle itself, it's rather, fairly, or quite something. Why? I guess because those are all good middle level intensifiers. I like it. I quite like the way that goes about it. Middle intensifier. Naka can be used in positive or negative ways. I mean, it is a middle intensifier. In a positive way, it usually means something is better than expected. Yeah. So quite delicious. Yeah. Naka oishii. But it's really versatile and could also mean a little, very, or completely on the situation. It's a moderate intensifier. Moderate intensifiers are ambiguous in nature. Or even, I don't think this is specifically unique to Japanese. It might even sound condescending. Yep. But be careful how you use it. In the negative sense, you can use it when something is more difficult than expected, like naka dekinai. Can't be done easily. Yeah. Oh, so that's naka. I keep hearing it. But don't know what it means. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I've heard this before. I should pay more attention. I'm not sure how often I've heard naka. Someone used naka in the chat. I don't remember who, but that's how I remembered it, or sort of knew what it meant. Someone used it in chat. I wasn't paying too much attention when I was watching Attack on Titan, so I have no idea. Naka, huh? Yeah, this is the... Alright. Well, that's not quite right. Oh, that's fairly okay. Yeah, I like it. Naka naka. Not bad, but it can be negative. Yeah, it's kind of condescending. I like that it can't be done easily. This is a good example. Oof. This is a good example. If this can come off as negative sense, then I feel like I've channeled this already. I think in English sometimes, in my opinion, personally, in my opinion, not like probably not the internet's opinion, like people who are used to the internet, when people talk, they use moderate intensifiers, they tend to use it to negate a positive thing, and that becomes condescension. It can lead to a condescending voice. Like, for example, you know this game's hard, right? You know this game is rather hard, right? That can come off as condescending because you negate it. You were moderately negating something that might actually be desirable. Not that hard. It's not as bad when you say, you know, this game is rather hard. You could say something like, oh yeah, this was rather easy, right? When someone is like doing something, is like, oh, that's fairly easy. That could come off as condescending at some points. So that's pretty interesting. Now to find what the difference between nakari, nakanaka, kekko, yeah, too many words that kek. The other one, kanari and kekko are the two Duolingo ones. I didn't get nakanaka at all in Duolingo yet, not yet. But kekko and kanari are the two that so far I've linked together in Duolingo. Whenever they come up, I have to remind myself of the other one because I'm not I'm not too sure. Funny, very funny. Okay, so let's briefly review, right? So you bet. You bet you spend all evening in bed. Yeah, you spend all evening in bed last night. It was quite a chill evening. I love this. This one was nice. Oh, this one's weird. You knocked out a kid. You randomly saw a kid and you knocked them out. I don't know about this one, Ko. Ko is a little weird on this one. Cheese site. Cheese. We gotta think of small cheeses. You know, if you're in the middle of something, you're in the inside of it. And then, what was a naka? Oh, knocker? Knock, knock. How did that work? That sound's coming from inside the wall. Oh, that's kind of creepy too. Someone's the knocker is from inside the wall. Oh, that's a little creepy. And then naka naka. So middle. If we're doing middle times 2, then it's rather, fairly, or quite. I like rather. I'm a fan of rather. Fairly is nice, and quite is nice actually. Okay. Alright. Pass. You bet. Pass. Gotta be careful about that one. E-site. Small cheeses. Knockout. Cole. Oops. Rather. Knockout. What was it? Oh, the knocker within the wall. Creepy. Naka. Last night. All right. 5 more. Yeah, it's all vocab today because we only have kanji, except for like one radical that I kind of screwed up. All of these are unlocking vocabulary because we only completed the kanji characters. So 5 Okay, that's a pass. The word is 5. It's standalone. So, and it's a number, so it's go. Go is numbers are exceptions. When they stand alone, we still use the onyomi, right?
5
5
So this is a pass. Smaho. Screen. Screen. We got inchi as well. All right. What do we have for cafeteria? Oh no! Did you go? Wait. How'd you do cafeteria? Furo no uchi no ichi. Ichi. Furo wa cafeteria. Oh, didn't even get that. Interesting. Yube is evening, and I don't actually know the read on that. Is it using ki? No. Iya? No, that doesn't sound nice. I don't actually know what last night is. Like what the the other read for that character is. It's something yeah. Let's Saku. Oh, Sakuya. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't gotten Saku to read Saku for that character yet. It's clearly last night, but based on the characters, but didn't get it yet. Interesting. Both pronounced as Yube? Really? That says Sakuya here. Maybe because it's out of context and that's why it's saying Sakuya. The second one is Yube? Interesting. Alright. Just checking. Oh, it is Yube. Interesting. Yube, huh? What if they're both the same? Sakuya is like if you read the word alone, so I think maybe use in a formal context because you only use Yube. That's fine. Again, pedantic. You're sharing information that I couldn't possibly know. But that's good. I wonder how they're connected. The Yube, the two Yubes. Well, here's an entry for Jisho. Yube is another form of Yube. Yube Jikun meaning as reading or Chikuji. Interesting. Note means okay. Yeah, I don't see a difference between them. The second one is less colloquial? Wait. Oh, it's less colloquial than Yube. I see. It's like Sakushi Jitsu. Sakujitsu and Ino and Konya Konnichiwa Kyo. Yeah, I know those things. But that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. It's just Yube. That's fine. You're being pedantic again. Alright. That's enough investigation of something that will come later. Okay. After ゲームを終わって Oh, really? Interesting. What the? Let's see. Yato. Yato. Wasu. Wasu. Oh my gosh, first. Fasto. Fasto. Score. が入った。Okay, so go is go is go. We're fine. Two of them put together. They're two numbers, so 5, 10, 50, right? And the read is Goshu. Goju. Right, Goju.
50
50
Which Goju.
50
Whoa, that's a Z for you.
50
50
Goju. That's interesting. Not like full Z. It's a modified J, but yes. Wow, that's some vibration right there.
50
50
Okay. Walk? Did you give me walk? Sample. Oh no. I don't see sample in here. Where's walk? Walkie. Walking. Walking. Oh my goodness. Walking. しなかった。しなかった。Oh gosh. Mama wa on the 8th. Oh. Yeah, 8日に50になった。And she'll turn 50 on the 8th. Portland's Porto. Portland. Nando no. What? Oh, this is a read I have. So, hakujin jinko. Jinko wa hakujin. Man. White people? Uh-oh. Jinko wa goju percent よりもなんです。Wait, yeah, Anandis. Wow, that's kind of hard to read here. Interesting. Makes sense. So what is this? Pass? Everything's pass here? Is this a pass too? This is a convergence. Right? It's got... No, it's not. Is this our first one? I think this is our first one. So... Okay. So we get our Kunyomi read on 5. Yep. Meaning you didn't learn it. Here we go. Kunyomi. You have 5 things. What do you have to do with them? You need to eat them. Oh my gosh. Eat them. Just imagine having 5 delicious things to eat. Sticking each on one finger of your hand and then eating them one after another, and make sure to count down from 5 while doing it. 5つ
5つ
I mean, Itsutsu. Sorry, not Itsuka. Itsutsu. I'm waiting for Itsuka. Is Itsuka here? Yeah, Itsuka's there.
5つ
Itsutsu. So, what could you put? What could you place on your fingers as eating food? Like, what could you stick your fingers in? Like those bugles? Bugles. I could see myself like bugling. No, that's kind of weird. That's fine. Itsu. Okay. We don't necessarily have to remember most of these, but oh, Itsu. Okay, fair enough. Itsu. Oh, now I can't unhear it. Sooner or later, all my common English words are gonna turn into mnemonic traps. It's like, what did you have today? Well, I plan on itsuing some ramen, right? What did you itsu today? Okay, group points. Oh, Valentine's Day. Where's Valentine's Day at? It should be in the beginning. Valentine. Day. Oh, I saw Day for the first time in the title, Sakamoto Day. When I saw the marquee for like the type for the new anime, then that's airing right now. That's published by Netflix. I saw Day. Let's see. Divide. What's divide? Okay. 5つのグループに分かれましょう。Oh, divide. Oh yeah, as in break up. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 分かれる for makes sense. That's divide and break up. Okay. It's impossible to collect. Okay. Where's eyeball? Oh. It's eye and ball. Metama? Or I mean, whenever ko includes a kanji that we already know, then it's one of the reads that we already know. And the only two reads I have is me and tama. So metama, that's kind of funny. Eyeball. What about impossible? Where's impossible at? There it is. Oh. 集めるなんて uh-oh. What, Moody? The heck? Moody. Oh, Moody. Oh, Moody desho. Oh, that's Moody. Oh. Oh. And then there's the collect. Oh, there, Iris. Speaking of eyes. Yeah, Moody. I've heard Moody before. That makes sense. Moody. It's written in katakana. Moody desho. It's impossible. Okay. Alright. Moody. You hear it a lot of times, especially on Attack on Titan. Yes. Okay. Anyways, oh, we haven't gotten to the end yet. So what was this? Oh, itsu. Oh, jeez, that's gonna last for a while. Onna noko. So onna onyomi, no, and ko is kunyomi. This word has two kanji with hiragana stuck in the middle. This hiragana is the particle no. This time it just means the noun. Yeah, with it. Onnanoko is a casual word for young girls. Like, okay, yeah, sometimes it's referred to. Sometimes it can also refer to adult women, but only playfully or affectionately, like a youthful, yes. Like a lady. Like a lady. Yeah, onnanoko. Since there's hiragana here, you can bet that these kanjis are kunyomi. Oh yeah, wait. Onna is kunyomi, I bet. And knockout, yeah. Onnanoko. So they're technically considered being modified by the one hiragana in the middle. Neat.
女の子
女の子
I was wondering if they collect like this type of phrasing. Neat. Onnanoko. So just remember that's the kunyomi, right? 5 sons. 5 days, yeah. Day 5, yep. And I guess this will be convergence unless on day 5 we eat something. Are we eating something on day 5? Words that count days is exception, yeah. Especially the first 10 days, even those jukoko, juko, keep saying jukoko, juko word, we still use onyomi. No, we don't use onyomi, I'm sorry. We use kun in this case instead of on. So itsu 5 cars on day 5. You have to eat 5 cars. That's now imagine yourself eating 5 cars. How did you manage to get past the first one? I'm impressed. What the please eat 5 cars. Really? Why couldn't it be like eat 5? What else starts with ka? Eat 5. Son of a beast thing. Oh man, you have to really rely on British English so hard. Like everything has a R in it. Oh no! Oh, like the thing that the words I'm thinking of, the food items I'm thinking of, has R after the A. Carrots. No, candy is. Yeah, you just gotta be British about it. Alright, fine. We'll eat 5 cars for you, Heckin' Co. Alright, so these are all the 5s, right? Let's make sure. So, this is a pass because it's onyomi. This is a pass because it's onyomi. This is kun. It's our first kun. So itsu, and which combines with eating 5 cars and eating 5 things. Did we get things that we would eat? No. And then onnanoko, which we use kun because it's in between, and we already learned ko, the kun for ko and onna. So that's just a reminder, and a small child, a woman child is a girl. All right, that's fine. Yeah, self-explanatory. Okay. Itsu. Oh, I'm not sure if you can type Arabic numbers into this. All right. Oh, no, there's no advance. Oh, I thought there was going to be more than 15. There was an advance button, but I guess the advance button is probably due to batching. Okay, so we got 15 new vocabulary. So I kind of rushed the ball on this one, and what did I write? Oh, I wrote muka instead of muika. Okay, so all our radicals are taken care of. We didn't really pause on anything. This was me rushing, so we'll cover that in a bit. So we didn't pause on anything. The vocabulary is fine. It's an extension. They're finishing up like the first 10 numbers, right? Actually, do we have all the numbers? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. 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 Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we have all 10, at least the 10 numbers, right? And in which kanji are all the kanji numbers concluded? Yes. So we will not possibly have more counters. However, tomorrow we have a ton more vocabulary. And tomorrow we're going to level up too. So tomorrow is going to be a really long day. Oh no. Will I have time to do some Chinese Duolingo review tomorrow? Because we're going to level up tomorrow. That means we're going to have... I don't know how many radicals are for tomorrow. I don't want to... I'm not going to look. You can look in here how many radicals, but tomorrow is going to be a really long day. So what is tomorrow? Your holiday starts today, by the way, for 1 month. Oh, right. What are you going to do? Did I already ask you what you were going to do for your holiday turn? All right. Meanwhile, I am gonna review. So we're gonna do our last routine, right? This is our final routine that we do very often now. Our final routine that we solidified. Oh, that's an example. So we're gonna do English. So we're gonna do English mnemonic. Or just English. I don't know what this is going to be called. We're going to say English shortcut, right? English shortcut for the radical side of things. Okay, here we go. Water, dirt, sword, Norwal, street, legs, head, treasure, 1,000, evening, child, small, bow, flag, hair, 5, heaven, hand, writing, moon, stop, leaf, fire, dog, king, middle, book, rice paddy, white, eye, stand, cow, private, right? 2 more weeks is CNY, and my holiday is do school projects and learn Japanese. Oh, okay, that's fairly reasonable. What do you mean by C? Oh yeah, it is Chinese New Year. Man, you use abbreviations where I'm not used to. Yeah, that lunar. That's right. Lunar New Year's is 2 weeks from now. I should do something for Lunar New Year's. Probably. I'm not sure my sister's gonna be home for New Year's. You call it CNY? It makes sense. I say Lunar New Year's because Japanese also celebrates Lunar Festival. Right, and then also there's the whole issue about me not being Chinese, or maybe I'm Chinese situation. So I call it Lunar New Year's because there are multiple places that celebrate the Lunar New Year's. It's the habit that I've gone into. The Lunar Festival. Let's see. And also because in the United States, Chinese people, quote unquote American Chinese people, also celebrate New Year's. So they're both kind of, there's one New Year's and then there's the other New Year. So the solar New Year and the lunar New Year. It can get a little confusing. Let's see. Kanji. A different perspective, obviously, different perspective. Living in a country where you might have different New Years. Let's see. Kanji. What do we do for kanji rotation? We decided to go over the onyomi first. So let's do the onyomi. To. Do. Sen. Yu. Shi. Shou. Chou. Maru. Sai. Chu. Go. Roku. En. Ten. He. He. Bun or mon. Bun, mon. Son of a bee sting. I guess we go with Nichi and Jitsu. Nichi, Jitsu. Getsugatsu. Getsugatsu. Moku. Moku. Sui. Ka. Inu. Te is, oh, you're right. That's the wrong read on that then. Yeah, that's the wrong read on that then. So I don't have a read on kunyomi. I don't have a read on on yet. That's a good point. The word is pedantic. The word is pedantic, not pathetic. I actually don't even know how to spell it. I do know how to spell it. The word is pedantic. And again, you're using information that you're basically using information that WaniKani has not covered yet. So it's again being pedantic. This is the word. You're explaining things that I either don't know yet, or this stating that this was kun is helpful because I wouldn't have checked. Although I would have found out once they introduce on. So pedantic again. This is overcorrecting, right? Overcorrecting and also introducing information that I will otherwise know later on, right? Yes, you're right. It's extremely distracting and breaking the flow of thought. Excessively concerned with minor details or rules, over scrupulous. Yeah. Pedantic. That's the word. It's usually used in a negative sense for a lot of people, but I use it as a way to illustrate that sometimes it's okay not to know everything exactly as they are, because they will rectify themselves in due time. Someone who annoys others by correcting small errors, caring too much about minor details, or emphasizing their own expert, especially in some narrow or boring subject matter. Did it really say boring? Wait, does it have to be a boring subject matter? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't consider being pedantic have to be boring. Interesting. Because I can be pedantic as well. Like right now I could engage in a long discussion about how overcorrecting can distract or make someone think in a way that they don't naturally think, so it could be disruptive more than it can be helpful, right? So that would be pedantic. I don't think it has to be boring. Yeah, I don't think it has to be boring. I think people who are pedantic is usually because it's super interesting to them, or it's something that's important to them. I think that's a weird way of saying pedantic, but you're being pedantic because you think it's super important, and I'm assuring you that it's not to me. Right. Just making clear that it's not very important to me if not all of these are onyomi. However, the idea is that when they introduce these red things, these red color code, it's usually the on first. And in this unit, in these levels, they're using red, then to introduce purple, which is kun. However, they're using on or rules exceptions to kun. So they're giving you examples of when to use kun and when to use on. So if this isn't on, and when they put it into a word, which they haven't yet, they will tell me it's a kun, and then I will know that, oh, right, it's not. But for the record, now that it's completely disrupted and derailed, I will keep in mind that te is kun. So we'll make this exception here. It's kind of like this when I say it's a one-word English. One-word English reminder. Technically, rice paddy is 2 English words. So it's 2 words here, but all the other ones are 1. In the future, they might not all be 1 English word. So whether it's kun or on, fair enough. So I guess you'll end up telling me when I'm going to hit another kun word, but we'll see. All right. And then, we'll talk about it again. This is from Cambridge. Giving too much attention to formal rules or small details. That's good enough. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much how that works. Yep. Let's see. Where was I? So oh shitsu. Shitsu. You. She. She. Sa. On. On. Se. Sho. Ama. A. Aku. Aku. Me. I found another one. I'm like now that you're being hyper attentive without that, I could have sworn me was a kun as well. Largely because of Duolingo. And this is kun. I had suspicions this was kun already because whatever I'm familiar with in Duo tend to be kunyomi first. But this is kun as well. We did not get introduced to the onyomi yet. Which apparently is moku. See? No problems. Eventually, it'll work itself out. Okay. And both Ritsu and this is not okay, and then we have to be even more pedantic here, right, just in case. This is actually not a reed. It's just referred to as Noma because it looks like a Noma. But this is special, actually, not neither Un nor Kun. This is special. Yep. And then what else was I going to do with this? I don't think I was going to do anything else. Actually, I'm not sure if this was... Okay, it is. Okay. And then we cover our vocabulary. So we were too quick on this. It was... Muy bien car, right? Moika. And I wrote muka instead, right? If I did mu instead, we're going to moi. It's gotta be a little bit more vigilant. This would be muy bien car. Guess we might as well check now. Oh, wait, can I fast forward? I can fast forward. Unfortunately, it doesn't read very quickly. Oh, I broke the thing. No. This won't. It'll take too long. Oh no, I broke the script. I broke WaniKani. Okay, you can't do it that way. How about, can we do it this way? Oh, I think it's just broken now. Maybe I can close it and then... Oops. Can't do it that way. We can't sift through it very quickly that way. Well, we'll check a different way in the future. Actually, maybe we can check it this way. Is there a pop-up? No, there's no pop-up. Yeah, so Tama. I was worried about Tama. So Tama is kunyomi as well. Hoang is not. She is, right? She and Su. Maru is kun, right? Sei is not. Sei and Sho. Do is not. Inu is kun. Yu is kun. So there are a lot of kuns here. So what do we have? So I guess we're just gonna stick to read, and I don't really I'm just not going to care about kun or on, but wait till vocabulary to care about kun or on. So tama sounds like a kun, right? So it was. These don't. Maru sounds like a kun, right? Se don't. Inu does, right? Inu. You does. Wait, I think you does. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with it. So from now on, I'm just gonna write read because I don't want to deal with this. We're just gonna say whatever reads we have for these characters for the time being, and then we'll remember the rule that we're applying for the vocabulary words. Largely because you raised a point about it. So yeah. And in the future, we'll try to separate all the owns and kuns on our own. So if I had to guess, right? If I had to guess, own right now, let's see. Own. No, this is beyond the scope. I don't want to. Well, we'll do this another time. This is beyond the scope. I do want to check one. This should be labeled. Oh no, it's labeled as kun. Oh, maybe because it's unique to Japanese. That makes sense. Yeah, that doesn't work. This is kun. Makes sense. Kun. Actually, half of these is probably kun. So, kun. On. Yeah, we're just gonna do this now, actually. Let's just do this now. It's a good time. What time is it? 11:14? Okay. So, this is on. Good. That's on too. Okay. There's no way to go back very easily, is there? Besides the back button? Okay. So on probably on actually we better check on co. Wait, actually yes. There's no great way of doing this. What is the shortcut for going back? Does anyone know? On the Chrome browser. Oh no, it's a function key. It probably is a function key. So let's check these out now. Too much spacing. I'm pretty sure all of these are on. Okay. Oh, no. Awa is not. I forgot. Awa. Because I know it. Okay. Yep. Those are numbers. All the numbers were ons. Yep. Okay. So then we have Tama. On was fine. Shi. Right. So we're gonna cluster these together now, so then it doesn't become a point, a pedantic point in the future. So you knew. You. It was fine. Me is kun. Is fine. Bo is fine. She is fine. N is fine because of Tian. O is fine. Sa is fine. Basically all the reads that I don't know is fine. This is fine. Alright, Chu is fine. Getsu is fine. Getsu and Gatsu. We're gonna include this. Is fine. Ta is actually kunyomi. Interesting. U is fine. Small is fine. Number Ritsu is fine. Cho is fine. Nichi is fine. Ritsu. Ho is fine. Sai is fine. Sen is fine. Moku is fine. Water is fine. Right, Sui. Haku is fine. Writing, Bun and Mon is fine. We know those. And is fine. So we have 3, 6, 3, 6, 8. Have I played Entama? Is that how you write that game? Oh, no, wait. Entama. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there a Rendaku there? Is it kendama? It's probably a rendaku. Oh, those things? No. I haven't ever. Oh, no, once in a while. Once in a while. Pedantic, Churn. Pedantic. I know. You could have just said kendama. I know what a rendaku is. Yeah. Again, you're being incredibly pedantic. Makes sense. The ken. Now I know why it's called kendama. Because it's a handle on a ball. It's so hard to play kendama. Physics. Physics. That's all I can say about that. I don't want to say anymore, but physics. Surprisingly. I thought you were referring to... katamari. So, I thought you might have been referring to katamari tamashi, which I know, I mean, it wasn't because I remember what the title was, the title in Japanese. Anyways, so we have, let's see, we have, ooh, it's something to take track of, I guess. 53 characters. And out of the 53, we have, what was it, 8? 3, 6, 8. 8. So we have 45 owns characters only so far, and 8 kuns. However, we actually have more than 45 reads. Let me see. Let's go through these, right? So now that's fine. That's enough review for today. So can I make out the kuns immediately, right? So kuns, kawa, ama, inu, you, me, we're also including noma, te, ha. That it? No, I'm missing one. No, that's it. Just kidding. That's it. How does the level work in Kunyomi, by the way? It levels just work on the basis of progression. That's all. How do they work in terms of introduction? One of them is introducing Onyomi first, preferentially before Kun, and it looks like they're doing counters first to learn numbers, but they're usually using radicals. So they started with radicals that are basic radicals and use kanji characters that are either those radicals as well. So anything that is grouped, it's based on the complex, it's probably based on the kanji themselves. So it's not a curriculum based thing. These are the radicals. They start with simplified radicals, like the radicals that are very noteworthy, and these radicals translate to kanji, and when they translate to kanji, they also pick vocabulary words that are the kanji themselves. So most of the radicals, or most of the kanji, translates directly towards the vocabulary. That's how they're starting level 1s, level 2, level 3s. Other than that, the levels only mean what is being unlocked and what isn't. So each level has radicals associated with it, and kanji associated with it. And it looks like it goes... the radicals start getting lower, yes, as they're going higher, because you'll exhaust most of the radicals. So they basically, I guess, spaced out the radicals enough that it lines up with the kanji, and the kanji are separate from the vocabulary. Even if the vocabulary is the same as the kanji, is listed as a kanji. Level 60? Yeah, well, this is SRS. You probably done actually I think Anki's SRS is more I think you go over it more than WaniKani's. And I think the average level right now is since tomorrow I'm gonna be level 3. Right now it looks like it's on an average of 9 days. 9 to 10 days per level. Yeah, 9 to 10 days per level. What is SRS? Anki. But SRS stands for spaced repetition system. Actually, don't quote me on the last one. I think it's called I think the last one is system, but it might be something else. That's what Anki is based on, I guess. Anki is, a proprietary name, and then WaniKani is a proprietary name, but they're forms of SRS. This is kind of based. This is very much more like a modified Anki experience. So if you're already using Anki and you have great success with it, your experience will be relatively the same. So how'd you learn, for example, like how'd you learn that te was kun? How'd you learn it is probably also the way I'm going to end up learning what are kuns and what are ons. But since we're already at this crossroad, right, and you pointed it out, I'm probably just going to note the kun and on from now on through this. So what is missing here, though, is what I don't quite like about WaniKani's layout is that it only represents the level that you are currently on. So you're hoping, the hope is that when you clear these, which is 5 consecutive days, minimum 5 consecutive days, as in you get 5 in a row consecutive, consecutively would be the quickest way you clear these guys. You no longer get to see these. They'll come back a little bit later. So the next time level 1 stuff comes back, it looks like it's Tuesday. Because Tuesday is double the volume in review. So I'm guessing it's a week. It looks like it's about a week. So after you clear something, after you clear these, they kind of come back after a week for refresh. Actually, I did see some of the previous ones come back already. So level 1's one earlier. So it, spaces out. Right. Yeah, it forecasts when your review is going to be up. So on Tuesday, there's going to be 50 extra, right? And the volume usually stays around 70-ish, 50 to 70-ish right now. And it will slowly climb because the passive volume is increasing. However, every so often, you're going to have to go over the ones that you already passed from a previous level. So this is probably the last 50 from level 1. How many elements are there? 25, 43, and maybe like some vocabulary, but I'm pretty sure the additional 50-ish is coming back from the level 1. So then you can see that it's staggered that way. So when these get pushed, these are probably going to get pushed again, pushed even further. But if you get them wrong, they get downgraded. So at some point you're reaching to the burn state, which is here, which I have no idea what the period is. To get here, it's after a consecutive week. So the very first level is whenever it's introduced. So at every new level, which is tomorrow, by the way, which is absurd. It's going to be big. So tomorrow, we're going to get a whole new set of radicals and a whole new set of kanji, but the kanji will be locked. The kanji will be locked. Without the radicals, the kanji is not unlocked. And then burn is, eventually when it recurs, you're just gonna keep moving your objects to the right. And that's the system anyways. Anki also has this thing which is like a mature, yeah, that's what I mean by burn. When you said, hooray, you're at 1000 mature, right? That's burned right here. For what I would consider WaniKani's like equivalent, obviously these words are superficial, right? Like they're dependent on whoever is making the system. But these are going to be the ones that you won't see. So like we have 58, 33, and 47 that are going to float longer than the 20 and 28 that we have now. So we have roughly around 50 that I expect to see on a more regular basis. And as these things move forward, more things are going to enter this here. So tomorrow we're going to level up and this part is going to explode. It's going to explode with, I don't know, let's just check it out anyways. Level 3. So we'll have what? 24 items tomorrow. 24 additional items, right? And then any kanji that relies on a previous radical. So there's 30 here, right? There's 30, so another 50-ish. And if we can construct any of these characters with the radicals we already know or radicals that we passed, then they will show up. At least that's what I think. And so far, if I look at all these, we cannot construct I see a few. Well, yes, I see a few. So some of these are going to be unlocked. Like few, for example. Few, we already have the 2 radicals that make up few. So that's probably going to start as unlocked. Probably. So that's kind of how they do it. So they introduce radicals at each level, and you have to clear the radicals, and it opens and unlocks a character, a kanji character, that involves those radicals. And then those radicals have to be these kanji have to be unlocked in order to introduce vocabulary that includes those characters. And that's kind of the way they go about it. And you can see that tomorrow's gonna be insane because there's still 42 vocabulary words that are still locked with. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a long day, so maybe I won't do a Duolingo Chinese review now that I think about it, since I can kind of see what's going on. I guess we'll see. Yeah, they try to organize it from the most they try to organize it as I guess the word, I don't like using this word, however I can't think of a better word at the moment, the most natural order of building up something. HanziHero does the same thing, only a little differently. Like same but different, right? So for you, you like Anki better because I'm a Chinese and I already know the base already, so I just need vocab and grammar. Everyone has their own way of studying. That I'm we're not gonna I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and then we're not gonna discuss about it until a later day. But everyone has their own way of studying. It's not an excuse for not knowing how other people study. Also, it's irrelevant if you know Chinese or not. The foundations are foundations, in my opinion. So it's kind of like saying I don't practice English because I'm American. I practice English and I continue to practice English and in many different ways because I need to practice English. So when you say you're Chinese and Anki is better, Anki doesn't practice basics or foundations, so your basics and foundations don't get practiced. Those are the facts. That's not like vocab and grammar is not the same as practicing basics. So if you don't practice basics, then you don't practice basics. You need vocabulary and grammar. That's perfectly fine. It's not entirely like those aren't the same things, right? Everyone has their own way of studying. Doesn't mean that you don't study certain ways. It's very difficult for me to process that. Other than you're saying everyone has their own way of studying as a way to be fair to everyone, but all I hear is someone who only stick to their own ways and rather not talk about or take into consideration how other people think. That's perfectly fine. That's kind of like you not understanding that there's no pressure to always overcorrect to learn something, right? You say everyone has their own way of studying, yet you impose the way you study indirectly all the time. In order for you to understand how everyone else studies is to consider how they study. That's probably my only comment about that. It's understandable that you like Anki better. I understand that. It strikes to me that every time something comes up, you like the thing that you first found that's good to be better. That's perfectly understandable. I'm not here to convince you that WaniKani is better or not, right? And I'm gonna tell you now, even though I'm studying with WaniKani, it doesn't mean that I can't study with Anki and still think it's better. So not everyone don't have their own way of studying. People have different combinations of ways of studying, and it could include the way you study or not. So you don't have to be exclusive. Like, I don't study differently from you. That's not what I'm insisting, right? At least I don't consider you studying with Anki and very fundamentally different from how I'm using WaniKani. You happen to like Anki better, right? The people who made WaniKani probably don't agree. And for the record, the people who make HanziHero doesn't like Anki. So I still would consider there's a big overlap between Anki and HanziHero and WaniKani. However, the reason why I chose to use WaniKani, for example, at the end of the day, we achieved the same goal, I guess, to study Japanese. Sorry, yeah. I don't want to be pedantic right now. like we do not have the same goals, so it's kind of difficult to express that. Studying Japanese is a thing that we both do. Yes. My goal is not to necessarily focus on studying Japanese. Like, it's more than studying on Japanese, but it is true. We both have a goal that overlaps that involves studying Japanese. At the end of the day, though, my primary goal is not studying Japanese. It's learning how to learn, right? So the ultimate goal for me includes studying Japanese. Not my goals include what your goals are, but I have more goals than that. So I don't want to, like, for example, my goal is not to be perfect, right? Or get everything right on the first try. I think other people's goals are that way, so it can be a little bit a different thing, right? Those are differing things, right? And now I'm the one being pedantic now, so we'll call it, or at least I'll say this makes us even, I suppose, for the day. Yes. You know a lot of things about the little details, right? About the little details of Japanese. And I believe that I have a focus that isn't on Japanese only. I have a focus on comparing what Anki does as a study material and WaniKani does as a study material, and HanziHero. I'm more concerned about how I interact with the learning process, because I'm not solely focused on the goal of studying Japanese, for example. Anyways, maybe more on that in the future. And you can continue to entertain me with your urges to give me other knowledge. But we've addressed this problem. So in the future, in my routine, I'm gonna distinguish between on and kun as I'm going. So there won't be any pedanticness here. So I'm gonna end up consciously keeping track of on and kun from now on, I'll probably solve that problem. However, it'd be very difficult for me to communicate how saying Anki is better because you're Chinese and you already know the basics already, giving you the free reign that you don't need to practice basics while you're continuing to learn vocabulary and grammar, is something that would be a much more my interest. Like, I don't see how someone could think that just because you know basics, that's what makes another tool better than another tool. I imagine Anki still teaches you basics if you download like a basic deck or something. I imagine someone made like a radical deck in Anki somewhere. I think Anki is better because you choose what to learn. You choose what's important to you. WaniKani chooses for me. So that is very, very different, right? I like WaniKani because someone is challenging me to learn something a certain way. I didn't immediately say, oh, I used Duolingo for 300 days, so I already know all this stuff. So there's no reason I like Duo better because I don't need to learn what WaniKani is telling me. Right? So to me, for example, I disagree with you on how you got to the conclusion that Anki is better because you already know all the basics. The way someone says they know already the basics, and that's the reason why something is better to me, like I'm gonna clarify it on this topic. it means whatever's your first is better. Largely because if you only think you need to learn this once, then it's whatever you started with. Then every other thing is not better because they might go over basics again. So Anki is a great place to start, or a great place to continue, I guess. The word is great place to continue. And I'm going to put it in quotes because being Chinese is not necessarily the same as being Japanese. But since you believe that you don't need basics anymore, you use Anki to continue. And I agree. Anki is a great place to continue because you get to choose what you think you know. And I want to be clear on this. I kind of know this already. Actually, I know a lot of this. So why am I doing this, right? I'm doing this because I'm learning how other people are learning. So when you say we both reached the goal of studying Japanese, that's true. I agree. The part that might not be very clear is that this is my secondary goal. If my primary goal was to study Japanese, I wouldn't start using WaniKani again, or like I wouldn't learn all the radicals that I already developed mnemonics for myself, and all the characters that I've seen before, and waiting to see the occasional character, right? The occasional character like this, and maybe this, and that's about it. Occasional character like this and this, that I'm not familiar with. So this is me practicing my basics after I already know the basics. Is like the basics is elementary school and middle school and high school, and you can advance your major in university. Hot take. What you learn, let's say you learn biology basics in high school. When you go to university, do you think you're going to learn these basics again? We're going to go a little bit higher because unless you're talking about, we can use language as a basis. So let's say language. You learn elementary school, right? You learned your English basics, for example, in elementary school. So when you go to middle school, you never study these again. Is that what you're saying? I disagree. Studying is learning and practicing. So in terms of language, you're always using elementary, and you're always going to continue using what you learn in middle school, and you're always going to continue using what you learn in high school, right? Now the question is, I think you're like, I'm going to be fair to you. I think when you say you don't need, it means you don't need to learn these anymore. And that's perfectly understandable. I totally understand that you don't need to learn these things again. It's different from practicing these things. So if we were talking about something else, like an adult thing, right? Like not your primary language or anything like that. Let's just say biology in high school. For me, the first thing I learned in university is how all of these things are not what they seem. So in a university, you actually learn high school biology again, only they're not the same anymore. So WaniKani to me has been refreshing because now I get to learn all these radicals differently again. And then someone who's studying Japanese, or let's say for fluency or for completion, right? For completion, I would totally understand that this would be a waste of time. It would definitely be a waste of time. Is someone whose goal is to, when I hear you say studying Japanese, you mean to complete, to gain new knowledge, but knowledge in the sense of Japanese completion. And this is where we differ. I'm not actually gaining new characters here. I actually haven't gained any new characters yet, or new vocabulary yet. In the last 18 days, I've gained something else that deals with studying Japanese. Same, but different. I really like the Japanese, like the comedy duo Japanese guy. Same, but different. Like maybe even less same, more different. And this has everything to do with people have their own way of studying. You say this in order to not, in my opinion, you say this as a way to not be concerned with other people. As in, to me, when you say everyone has their own way of studying, is everyone has their own way of studying, but it's not mine. So I don't have to worry about it. And that's perfectly fine. When I say, in my opinion, people have their own way of studying, like what? Like how? And that's what I'm doing here. Lots of people use WaniKani, so I want to know. Anki is very different because Anki is where people are much more segregated, right? They get to choose what they want to do. So if someone cared about the way I'm studying, or they care about the way people study, then I'm more likely to be interested in the way they study, right? WaniKani, though, chooses for you. So whoever uses WaniKani, now hear me out here. There is a grain of salt here. So here's a grain of salt. The Anki Bros, I'm gonna call them Anki Bros. Anki Bros have also voiced their concern of WaniKani. WaniKani's thing lacks features, so it clearly lacks features. And it clearly lacks like FSRS, for example. So what the Anki Bros did is they mod WaniKani. And that's a big talk that's actually the topic I was going to talk about today. There was a thread recently, and it raised a lot of naysaying. And what they do is they write a lot of scripts for WaniKani. So people are actually not learning the way I'm using WaniKani. They are actually using a modded version of WaniKani, which has very much to do with Anki. So that's perfectly fine. So for the record, this is not like elementary school, middle school, and high school, or advanced at university. Anki is choose your own. You don't have to learn things you don't want to. You don't want to learn things that you don't think you need. In school, you have to. And my background, not your background, but my personal background is I am a product of formal education. I learned things that were once boring to me that are incredibly interesting to me now. When someone tells me to learn something and I'm not good at it or learn that way, I learn how to be good at it, or I try very, very hard to learn it. So when you're comparing formal education to self-study, that's it's like a different stratosphere of obligation. So Anki works better because you get to skip all the things you don't think you need to practice anymore or learn. And the very interesting part about WaniKani is that they're getting me to learn the way they think you should learn. And that's like going to school, right? If you hate school, you don't like school because school is boring, because there are lots of things that you're not interested in, and then you only remember the things you're interested in, then going to university is going to be a very problematic thing. Alternatively, you can not go to university, pave your own way, learn through self-study, and become a successful person as well. However, formal education is just that. It's often that you have to learn something. And they're probably going to try to tell you how to learn or insist on how to learn. And problem solving that is what I like. This is my favorite part. I like that. That's how I grow as a person. So when you say this is Kun, is something that made me notice, oh yeah, there's a problem here, right? There's a problem here. I can't easily see what's a Kun and what's an own. So what do I have to do? I'm going to have to do extra work. Extra work. Now, someone who's on Anki might suggest, well, you won't have this problem if you use this better product. Maybe. I'm actually making this up, right? Let's just say Anki has a much feature-rich way of telling you what is an own and what is a kun. And you're saying maybe like someone else, let's just say someone else, a hypothetical someone else comes on and says, oh, I learned what are onyomis and kunyomis through Anki. That's why Anki is better. It's like, well, I will eventually learn kun and on at some point, possibly, or I don't at all. That is going to be one of the pros and cons of studying this way for myself, not for anyone else, but for myself. So, is that important? Is that informative? Well, yes. It means I have to do the extra work. And what does that extra work mean? Well, I have to try harder, right? So the question is this better for me or not? Well, oftentimes for me, I don't usually think about this stuff. So that's a clickbait. Sorry, my bad. I don't usually think about things that are better or not. I usually think about what you said. What is need or sufficient? And yeah, I probably think Anki is definitely better for you. Um, I don't think the results are going to be similar, in my opinion, between Anki and WaniKani, because if I use Anki, maybe someone comes by and say, you know, WaniKani does all of this and does it in this way. I'm like, oh, that's really neat. Looks like my Anki deck doesn't do this. So the question is then, I would be telling that WaniKani person the same thing. Like, you know, I'm using Anki right now. That's a very good point that you made. I'll see if I eventually learn that using my Anki deck, right? Because I am interested in knowing how other people learn in case what I'm learning, I can use whatever they have to my benefit. Um, as a digression into why I have a concern when when I am around people who brush things off as though they don't ever need to practice anymore. In conclusion, I just choose to use Anki because I can choose what I want to do, which is to progress Japanese through vocabulary. Yeah, it sounds like it. That's hopefully you continue to do that as your goal. My goal, and you use WaniKani because you want to learn how people learn Japanese too? Yes, I do. And on top of it, the main point of learning for me is to learn how other people learn. So or learn different ways of learning things. And I think the rest can happen at any time. So I'm not really I think the key word here when you're saying is you're saying progress. Progress Japanese. I see this as progress for my own use case because I want to be able to teach and advise people. If I only learn one way to progress Japanese, then you can only help people in this one way. You're like, that's the only way you'll be able to suggest something. So when someone asks you, hey, what are your suggestions where I could start? And immediately, you know, I would say more than 50% of people will say, oh, well, you got to have Anki in there in some way, shape, or form, because that will take care of your SRS. And my answer would be lots of things, because Anki isn't the only source, right? You could try multiple things, and that's from experience. You could also do the internet thing and say you can Google it and then give the person a list and then say, I have no experience with most of them, right? That's a very reasonable way to go about it, right? Yep. Yeah, that's probably a good place to end for WaniKani. So this is what I'm doing, by the way, in case you wanted to know. I will answer this question many more times down the road. What my thoughts are on WaniKani, right? What my thoughts are on WaniKani, and then what my thoughts are on Duolingo. My thoughts are one of the major motivations for Duolingo and WaniKani is lots of people use Duolingo, lots of people use WaniKani, and I would argue that actually there are probably more people that use Anki for Japanese than WaniKani. However, Anki is decentralized. So that phrase that you said, these are not normalized people. I mean, you could argue that, I don't know, the 2K deck whatever that 2K deck that everyone keeps referring to might be a bigger percentage than WaniKani itself. However, WaniKani aims to also hit this 2K. So you could make an argument that everyone that WaniKani uses WaniKani is close to doing the same thing. I'm not sure about Anki. It's hard to track this. So like, for example, when I say I am level 2, someone will know when I'm level 2. You could argue that on the Anki side of things, you could say the name of the deck. And then you can say you're at 1000 mature, right? Which is what you shared with me the other day. And whoever is using the same deck and has a mature number, you can probably talk to them and share ideas because that immediately makes you relatable, right? And that's probably one of the things that I would emphasize why it's it can get you to relate to people. And then, you know, you can have friends and people you would share ideas with. Ultimately, when you try to make yourself sound different, in my opinion, make yourself sound different, largely it makes you less relatable. So I want to also highlight this in case you're wondering. If you're fine with wanting to be special, I suppose, wanting to be special, then it is okay in my book to make it sound like you're less relatable and, you know, everyone has their own ways. People highly recommend the 2K tag because it's the 2K. Yeah, I know. Yes, it's the common use kanji. Yes, used in daily conversation. Yes, yes. I know why it's. I know why it's the 2K deck. It's hard for me to communicate the type of comment you make. You talk to people. You talk to people like they don't understand Japanese, like they don't know Japanese. So I'm not sure if that's your intent or not, but yes, it's the 2K, like the 2 common deck thing, and it's highly recommended. It's highly recommended. That deck is highly recommended, but you know where there is also 2K plus textbooks? Probably WaniKani. Probably Satori Reader. Probably Boom Pro. You know, there are other sources for the 2K plus. So you don't have to use Anki to know what the 2K plus is. Right. That's the driving point that I'm making. It's difficult to explain or encourage someone to understand that other people learn differently and come to the same information eventually if you're very, very focused on just the way you learn most of the time. Anyways, that's me being pedantic. We'll probably have this discussion much later. Anyways, we're done with this. So the thing I'm gonna add now is probably I'm gonna write O and K and sometimes N if there's a nada. If there's a nada for reads. And that's where we started, right? The conversation is where we started, where some of these are obviously kunyomi. Exactly 6 of these are kunyomi, so they're not all onyomi, and that's where our conversation starts. So we'll make sure we know how to distinguish between kun and on from now on. It's a good challenge. It's also very hard because there's no pop-ups or anything. Anyways, good talk. Good talk. So, we got to get to our HanziHero. Oh, I was gonna try to get to HanziHero before midnight. Okay. Not too much home to write. Not too much to write about, other than my one mistake from today. Right, my one mistake from today, which was rushing Moika. Rushing Moika. And that's about it. Alright, folks. I hope I didn't come off as nah, I just gotta apologize in advance. I think I'm doing the same exact thing that I'm accusing you of doing earlier, and I can very much relate, right? I can very much relate, where you have an urge, the urge to add your 2 cents to things. So for me, it's about learning, and whenever someone states something that I might have commentary on, I also have a habit of over explaining things too. So that's, I think in that way we both can definitely empathize that urge to want to clarify things. And with that, I hope everyone else can engage in these things without feeling like you want to walk away from the discussion, right? So thank you again, Chern, for offering to stay on and speak your mind, because I would not have the opportunity to practice what I would say to something like that. And with that, yeah, that's the end of our WaniKani session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, stay safe and stay healthy for all the Japanese language learners out there, right? Those who are only interested in WaniKani and Japanese. I'll be back tomorrow. I think we're going to try to do all the lessons tomorrow. I have a feeling it's like 200 things tomorrow. Yeah, there's gonna be like 200 things tomorrow, at least. So 4 times the volume. So strap in. Right, tomorrow's gonna be an exciting day. We'll try to have some laughs and whatnot. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch, hydrate a little bit, and I'll be back with my HanziHero session. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 11. It is a late day, right? We wrapped up our WaniKani session. We wrapped up our WaniKani session from our late day trip to the airport. We're back. Hoang 迎大家回来, right? Welcome, welcome. We are going to do our HanziHero section as well, as we're trying to keep ourselves vigilant. One of the mandatory things for the year of 2025, or one of the like baseline activities, is to keep up with our consistency with working about these companion, what I would consider companion design orcs in this whole SRS space. So HanziHero is more or less my compensation for how the conversation of Anki comes up all the time. So in general, as a way to weave in not like in a more personalized use of an SRS, we decided on HanziHero, right? To as a re-emphasize this, I have to get a little bit more better at explaining my motivations for these things in the future. But anyways, HanziHero's SRS, right? Their design has been pretty consistent. It's probably gonna take approximately 1 hour or less. I think today we're on the slightly higher side. 27. It's like 3 more every 10 lessons or so. There's a rotation that increases that by a little bit. Now, there is something interesting about the settings. When you look at the settings, right? So far we have set it to regular, which is 10 items per day. So 10 lessons per day, every single day, regardless. So there's no like locking or anything. It's 10 lessons a day. I don't know what. Still not quite sure what that means technically. I think it's 10 new things that things are not exposed. So technically it's more like a 10 unlocks every day, right? And then you complete things. If you consistently complete things, the volume stays the same. However, the volume also doesn't stack when you skip a day. At least in my opinion, I haven't tried skipping a day, but I don't think like you have 10 items, right? And if you skip a day, suddenly the second day you have 20 lessons. Now, this is different from reviews. Reviews stack. So the reviews will probably pile up, but I don't think the lessons pile up. Don't quote me on that yet because I haven't skipped a day yet. There will come a time where I'm going to skip 3 or 4 days, and we'll see how that ends up. Because Otakon is yearly, and I'll be away for 4 days, and we'll see if it stacks up or not, right? However, they do give you a projection of how many reviews you will eventually get across the board. I'm guessing it says 110 reviews per day. Obviously, we have not gotten to 110 reviews a day, which if it was around 110 across from like beginning to end, right? Maybe like you start off at 10s and 20s and 30s for a while, then eventually it gets like 200, 300, and it all averages out to 110 days. That sounds about right for WaniKani, actually, for the large majority of the things already at that pace. We'll see how high the review gets. I think 27 is the highest number I've seen so far. And I think today is a special day because I think we're gonna level up today. And what day is it? Day 11? So I think we're gonna level up today. I think the Hanzi Pass are not specifically Hanzi characters, because I'm pretty sure I did not pass 25 separate Hanzi. Oh, maybe I did. Oh no, that does check out. Oh no, maybe it's not today. It's probably tomorrow. So if we pass 2 today, right? If we get 3 today, then we could see what happens in level. And maybe it is exactly the characters, because 25 would mean I averaged. If I average 2 per day, there'll be 22 characters, right? 22 characters, and maybe there's an oddball where you learn 3 characters as opposed to 2 characters a day. So we might not see a level up today. We'll see. We're blasting through all the pinyin shortcuts already. The sounds, right? So the sounds are dwindling down. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Spoiler alert. Yeah, we're halfway through the sounds, through the proper sounds. Oh, I just saw Diddy Kong. I don't play Donkey Kong, but anyways, let's get into our lesson. Right, we're getting to a point where we're gonna see a dynamic shift at some point in HanziHero's SRS map. All right, let's get in here. Yeah. Wow, that was a bit of a struggle, wasn't it? Yeah. All right, 1 month. All right, we're starting with counters as well. Counters for HanziHero side of things. The number 1 month is January. I'm not saying it is the best month, just that it is the first month. Fair enough. Yeah, sure. 一年的第一个月份 I don't know what that is.
1月是1年的第1个月份。
Fun. Okay, it is still fun. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if this fun is the same as the other fun, because the other fun was simplified, or if this is an extra character. I mean, I haven't seen this next to it, so this could be the traditional. We'll know in the future if this is the traditional character or not. It is fun though. Fun.
1月是1年的第1个月份。
Yeah. So that could be the traditional. So they're just this character. All the other ones are. Oh, and this one. That's why I'm already used to this one. Already. In your opinion, does Chinese logic make sense? Well, I grew up with Fujianese. It's the same logic. They have overlapping logic. So, yeah, yes. I word my English very similar to Fujianese every once in a while, if that doesn't give it away. I think I talked about this before. When I was younger, it was a little bit more pronounced. When I learned English, I structured my English similarly to my Fujianese from time to time. So occasionally my Chinese logic is reflected in the way my English is structured. Like saying like, oh yeah, today I went to the grocery store. As opposed to a lot of times around my area, I would say, I would hear, I went to the grocery store today, which you would not do that. You know, if you're thinking about it in Chinese sense, putting today at the end of a sentence, it sounds like taboo at this point. Because you're kind of curious how other people explain Chinese grammar logic, because if I really wanted literal translate, it's so weird. It's not weird to me, because I have to translate that to my parents all the time. Like when I went to the airport today with my father to pick up my mother, explaining things like signs and English and whatnot, you just translate it literally. Or you retranslate it. You rearrange it, I suppose. Like, right? This kind of translates okay. Like January is first year of the number 1 of the years, of the months of the years. Actually, I don't actually know what this thing means. That might be like a small unit of this. But yes. Right. And January is new of the start of the year. The new year starts. 开始 right? 开始的开始 1月是新年的开始
1月是新年的开始。
开始 So January is New Year start, right? New Year start. I don't know. For me, I can't really explain other people's like a American, like a monolingual English person's logic behind it. I usually ask, actually. I tend to ask how other people feel about that. For me, it's no different. Like this logic feels really normal. Like when I think about it in English, I don't think of it very strangely either. It's the New Year's start. The New Year start. That's how it would still sound okay in English if you said it that way. January is New Year's start. And January 3rd. I mean, the date is, I guess, the date is optional. What the heck is
1月3號
That's how? Oh my goodness, that right character. No wonder they simplified this. It's just the left radical. New Year how? Wow. So geez. Neat. Very neat. We've seen a lot of traditional characters already. The sentences, the vocabulary context sentences are the largely the more fun discoveries at the moment. What am I doing? Pronouncing. So we have, what is this? Is this Yugi? No. Well, Yugi is in this, but what was the other one? Yoshi? Yoshi is inside the house? No, Yoshi is outside? Wait, who's why? Outside of Yoshi. We have Yoshi and Yugi are our only choices, right? So Yoshi is outside the house doing what? Oh, digging in the digging with a single half shell or something like that. Oh, digging a line. That's right, digging a line with his half shell outside in the garden. And then yeah, is Yugi in the bathroom? Wait. Oh yeah, Yugi Muto is crying in the bathroom because he's stuck chained to his moon companion for 1 month. This really, really annoying hovering moon. Very anime, I know, very anime. For his job. So 1月. 1月. And then first month. Oh, first month is January. Oh, that's a problem, by the way. Wait, did they use January or did they use first month? Because that was something that I had problems as a kid when I was younger. Whenever someone says January, it's like, oh, the first month. I see. The first month of the year, right? 一月. Or I mean, I don't think I've ever caught myself saying the first moon or the second moon, but maybe I think about it that way. But yeah, January. The months were kind of annoying because English months are weird. Okay, they use January. All right. Can I type first month? Am I okay to type first month? No. They don't accept first month. Oh. I could add a synonym though. The way this works, apparently, I didn't realize this. I haven't used this yet because I think we won't really need to. If you add a synonym, it'll accept your synonym. So I could like click here and say first month. And if I add it, it'll accept first month for this in the future, right? That's fine. There's also a beta feature. I just realized when I was reading the forums today, the HanziHero forum. The other story that I had about like Anki and stuff was the WaniKani forum. I read the forums every day now. I'm like a forum troll. Sorry everyone. I'm not gonna post the forum or anything. You can go to the forums yourself to read whatever it is. I'll probably write commentary and stuff just for like courtesy purposes. I don't want to like go to the thread or anything like that. It's not that type of a channel. However, there is a feature called the dictionary feature. And apparently you can add dictionary items to this. And they can be on top of your lesson criteria. How useful that is, I don't know. I think that's more of an advanced thing, so I'm gonna wait on it. Apparently you can add things from, and it's in beta, where you can add whatever dictionary. So it's kind of like adding customizability or adding additional things that you find that are important. There's already WaniKani is not feature rich, and I kind of understand how to explain that, but there's a little bit of controversy right now on the WaniKani thread. However, for the alternative, HanziHero is a new product, is a new-ish product, and the developer is young and potentially very ambitious. So this product has a lot of customizability, like really probably potentially to the point where I don't use most of that feature unless it's default, largely because again we already had this discussion about like customizability and stuff. I'm not really interested in what I prefer to learn. I'm genuinely curious what other people think is a great way to learn a language, right? But the thing has to be standardized for a lot of people. Oftentimes if I had to choose something, I would choose the thing that gets me closer to a lot more people. Otherwise, you would have to be one of my personal friends or people who are invested in me, or we show mutual respect for each other in order to entertain those things, because that's diminished return, right? And in order to offset diminished return, one would have to be really invested in each other. So like, for example, if one of my good friends said they absolutely love this, I gotta try it, I'll probably drop everything to try it, right? Otherwise, the more relevant it is to the larger people, the more I'm curious about it. So in this case, all those features, they sound cool, so I'm making a note of them, right? So there's a dictionary beta right now where apparently if you participate, if you check the checkbox, you can participate in the settings, and you can go to like a searchable tool where you enter whatever word you're looking for and you can add it to the SRS. You just plop it in there. If it doesn't exist, you just plop it in there, right? And that sounds like a really, really advanced end of life kind of feature, which is fine because it's still in beta, but apparently you can participate in beta. Kevin strikes me as someone much, much younger and have a lot of aspirations. So there are lots of ideas coming coming through, and Kevin is adding new words and curriculum almost on a bi-weekly basis, which tells you how young and ambitious and consistent someone is. I understand I'm being a little biased here. It is generally statistically significant. I mean, when you sample a big pool of people, the difference between long experience effects on approach to development versus a younger, more ambitious effect. Usually older, more experienced people take longer and more refined and safer or consistent approaches to development cycles versus someone who's young, got everything to gain and nothing to lose per se, except sky's the limit, and they usually aggressively take ideas in, take feedback in, and constantly change up their product. And it can work magic. It can also lead to an incredibly unfocused product that panders to the people who speak the loudest. We've seen, you probably witnessed these particular examples throughout people's lives on the internet. You know, there are products that their community is really, really outspoken. So then there were a bunch of people who requested things, and ultimately the developers pander to all the wild ideas, and then eventually they go bankrupt because they were unfocused, right? Like mismanagement, for example. Like Amigo would be a great example. It's a wonderful product. I actually had a lot of fun times watching other people find interesting and fun ways to use it, but management, there was probably some management problems and all that. I'm not saying I knew what happened. Generally speaking, though, when something expands really fast, rapidly, and then it suddenly just disappears due to management expenses, that's probably because there weren't clear ideas, clear management. The leadership kind of like splintered, right? Oftentimes that happens with like video games when someone gets a hot hit, and then you have either the veterans leaving or they continue to produce the consistent product, right? That's kind of the idea. You have a successful product, then it suddenly becomes refined and iteration, as opposed to let's just shoot at the wall until we see what fixes. So in HanziHero's case, the foundation is something very, very reminiscent of WaniKani, and now they're going for anything that can distinguish them from WaniKani at this point, which I think the dictionary thing is pretty cool. I don't think there's any form of functionality for WaniKani where you're like, I don't know, I think this word is pretty cool, and then you just chuck it in and chunk it right into your lesson and disrupt your lessons. Who knows? There is an order to this, though. Kevin has explicitly said a bunch of things where, like, although all these features are great and whatnot, we still have to stay focused. There's a specific way or philosophy that he believes is very effective because, you know, he himself personally have used the product he's making and also have undergone that journey of language learning. So to me, for someone like myself who is also from the United States, regardless of my Chinese background, you know, from my family and whatnot, I can empathize and trust. I can more likely trust someone who is doing that than, say, a master's, someone who's really, really far at the end. It's kind of like asking a university, like a linguistic expert, to educate you on basic Chinese. You'll get that comment like, well, this is too basic for me to teach. And like, yeah, I would agree. It's not supposed to sound condescending. That person is literally spent most of his time not even thinking about this level anymore. So it's not the idea that that person is incapable of doing it, it's that they're under practice, right? So it's a difference between hiring someone who is teaching elementary versus someone who teaches at a higher level. So I think that's one of the very important topics to keep in mind. I don't offer advice when I myself have become too detached from it, right? I would make a disclaimer, right? You'll probably hear me frequently say, I haven't done this in a very long time, so grain of salt. This is what I recall doing. Now, the nice thing about streaming all of this stuff is I could literally, or people could literally find out what I did. And I could literally review what I did, as opposed to secondhand guessing what I did. Like, for example, did I make this mistake over and over again? Well, there it is. I did make this mistake over and over again. And then as I'm reflecting, do I make this mistake now? No, I don't. Usually I don't. There are a few that I still make mistakes, but they're acceptable human error things. Yeah. That's a side story. My side stories for WaniKani and HanziHero now are inspired by whatever's happening in the community threads, and there's not that much activity. Like, WaniKani has their consistent like study groups. They have people who post their language learning journey in a journal form, like my read a sentence every single day challenge. So those are really cute and they're ongoing. I'm not referring to those. I typically refer and read people's complaints, pros and cons, applications, advices. Like, I read the stuff that involves the learning process and the use of the tools. So in both cases, I'll probably talk about them from day to day. This is part of my normal middle routine, by the way. To understand what people's complaints are, right? Complaints are how the community or the existing community and the developer address and talk to each other. Those are the things that interest me. All the other people who are talking about how many words they learn and whatnot, it's like, that's great. I'm glad you're getting the affirmation. However, that is a static element. You know, it's an element like, oh, you learned the word month today. Like, that's great. I hope everyone congratulates you and whatnot. However, that doesn't teach me something that I'm particularly focused on, unless they explain what this means to them. Then that's a different story, right? If I wanted to get to know that person, I would read that post to get an understanding of that person, at least. Saying you know this, saying you know something else, saying you know this, that's flexing facts and knowledge, but it's very impersonal. It's unrelatable. If you correct someone, right, it's hard to relate to the person that's correcting you. It really is. I think about it, like, I don't want to push anyone's buttons, but think about how think about the role reversal. How much do you learn from someone other than knowing that they like to correct people? You don't really learn a lot. Like, it doesn't explain why you're correcting someone. It doesn't explain what your like the motivations, how this is important, like in what way did you notice this, that kind of thing. And that's part of, in my opinion, making mistakes is also similar, where someone can make a mistake and passively tries to solve that problem or passively ignore the problem. I am genuinely and generally not that type of person. I linger, I figure out how and why and where the deficiencies are, and then I compensate for it, right? Whether the tool does it or not. I think that's one thing very, very worth mentioning over and over again as we continue to use different products or things to study Chinese and Japanese. Okay. Yeah. Wait, didn't we go? Oh, wait, yeah. We already went over this. Just kidding. Yeah. So we have Yu-Gi-Oh. So Yugi, not Yu-Gi-Oh, Yugi Muto. So Yugi is in the basement of the house to get shelter from the rain? Okay, we have the construct rain, which is, this is a traditional character. It's interesting that the difference between is that really the difference between it's so interesting that the difference between the traditional rain and the simplified rain is that the strokes are pointed in the same direction. Okay, sorry, but I don't know why that. I actually quite like the simplified version. The simplified version looks like rain on a window pane. So the number of strokes is the same, but these like this part they're pointed in. That's hilarious. Actually, I didn't make that connection earlier. I think I've seen you once before, but that's really funny. There's no stroke difference. They just decided you don't have to point it. I don't know. I have a feeling this would be. This is more shocking. I mean, like, it's more iconic if they're all pointing into the center, in my opinion, versus the simplified version. I don't know. This one's a toss-up. I'm gonna have to poll some people on the different on their preference on this one. The top stroke represents the sky, where everything below represents the rain falling down. You have the 4 drops, which represent a lightly drizzly rain. The 3 vertical downward strokes represent more consistent heavy rain. Oh, that's interesting. I often view this as a window pane. So yes, the top is still the sky and whatnot, right? And it's showing the reference of where the rains are. But this, I'm looking through a window pane with like raindrops in different directions stuck or falling onto the window pane. It kind of reminds me of a rainy day where you look out and sip your warm beverage of choice, right? Anyways, it's fine. We know what this is. We don't need that. It's the same mnemonic. Okay, so what is Yu-Gi-Oh doing in the basement of the house that deals with rain? I keep saying Yu-Gi-Oh. Yugi. Yugi is in the basement of the house, scrambling to protect all of his cards from the rain. Okay, he just summoned it. He accidentally used the internal rain card, while organizing his collection in the basement. I don't know what internal rain does. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in a long time. What is the internal rain card looks like? Did this person just make it up, or is that a real thing? No, it's not a real thing. Cute. I was like, I don't remember a card named Internal Rain. Alright. So, Internal Rain. Protecting them from the rain. Yu-Gi-Oh is a pep. I'm Yugi. Yugi! Say Yugi is a pep. Oh. Yu fool. You fool. You fool. Mao Mao Yi. Mao Mao Yi. Mao 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 Yi. Mao Mao Yi. Yi San. fine rain, like thin. 细雨 and then 下雨. Okay. So Yu-Gi-Oh in the basement protecting his cars from the rain.
雨
Got it.
午
Okay, woo. Where are we going with this? Walter White is in the basement of the house. Wait. Yeah, is in the basement of the house doing something with 5 things. 5 represents by 5 strokes. Okay, 5 strokes. I got it. If you erase the vertical line in the bottom left, it actually looks like 5. Yeah. So you have the picture and or the 5 strokes. Yeah, those definitely have. What is this one? It's also 5? Interesting. Alright. This is self-explanatory. It's a pass.
午
Okay, well, okay, now we got the word. So what is Walter White doing 5 of? Walter White is in the basement of the house cooking up batches of meth. Oh, of course he is. He has 5 different batches going, each in a different pot. Jesse tries to give him a high 5, and Walter looked at him confused. I don't think Walter White would be confused about a high 5, but I feel like Walter White would give him a stern stink eye. It's like, dude, what do you think this is? High school chemistry? That's a Breaking Bad joke. In case for the peeps out there who haven't watched Breaking Bad. Walter White is was a high school chemistry teacher. Okay. 午夜 500 Okay, so Walter White in the basement.
午
Picking up five batches of meth. Okay.
Yu.
Uh,
1月
I have a feeling I'm gonna misspell the months of the year at some point. I haven't even gotten to that in WaniKani yet. I'm probably going to misspell the days of the week as well. There's often a chance I'll misspell Wednesday. Yeah, there's a chance I might misspell Wednesday. And occasionally I mess up the months. Occasionally. Like accidentally type like September or something. And that can happen.
5
Alright, next one. Let's go. 8. Bart Simpson. Alright, now we're bringing in the Simpsons. You know what? You know what's interesting? I'm gonna miss... Once they finish the pinyin thing, I'm going to miss it. What I mean is... I think one of the early, really fun parts is these things. Like what other characters are gonna bring in. But we're gonna run out of characters soon. So then we're gonna have to come up with our own system of making this fun. Or like elaborate on something. Maybe do an ongoing story with some mnemonics. We'll have to try to do that. Okay, so Bart Simpson, right? We didn't have B initial yet. Okay.
波
Oh, and they use fins as well for that construct. Oh, 波 That's more like a wool sound. Bart Simpson, right? Makes sense. It's the character on The Simpsons. He is known for being mischievous or mischievous if people feel like being a rebel. Mischievous and rebellious. Ba, bai, bai, bei, ben, bun, ben. Oh, it's bun. Whoops, is it button? Okay. The initial. I got it.
波
Bull. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that was bull. That's what they wanted. Fins, yeah. WaniKani has the same mnemonic, so we don't have to invest too much more.
八
Okay, what is Bart Simpson in the outside the auditorium doing with fins? Bart Simpson is in front of the auditorium, up to no good. He has 8 rotten fins. Oh, they're going with rotten fish, like 8 fins again as well, just like one, like how Ko was going with it. Although Ko was thinking about putting 8, they needed 8 fins, so they got 4 fish and put them in the hachi, you know, hachi, the hatch. He has 8 rotten fins that he has strung together with wire. He threw them through the open auditorium doors, having them land right in front of a bunch of rich people dressed up for the play that's about to start. The entire lobby fills with a foul stench as the fins decompose. "Eat my shorts," he yells 8 times as he skateboards away. That is a very long mnemonic, but that is a very vivid picture. Alright. Alright, 8 fins. Once again. Short. 十八 第八 八什么 八卦 Oh, 八卦 八卦 Oh, okay. All right. So Bart Simpson in the in the outside the auditorium getting ready to toss the fins.
八
The 8 fins.
毛
Mao, fur. Okay. The barn for owl? What sounds like owl that makes me think of a barn? Like an owl? Like a barn owl? Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
凹
Owl, or maybe, or how. Okay, yeah, it sounds like owl in the English. Owl, but with less of a W, yeah, how. Owl. The owl sound in the word cow. I see. Sounds quite similar. And then, oh, you know, old McDonald's have a, oh wait, that's a farm though. Well, barn, okay. Cows are of course found in the barn, so we choose a barn to represent the final. Okay. The front of the barn is quite muddy and full of various farm animals. The inside of the barn mainly contains cows and a bunch of stored hay. That's the key. The basement is a cellar that contains milk bottles and other farm supplies. The bathroom is in a sorry state with a pile of manure in the corner and not a very well functioning toilet. Ugh, I have a very vivid image of that. Thank you very much. Oh, hey, ow. 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 Doll. Doll. Chow. Chow. Chow.
潮
How?
潮
How? Man. Wait, oh, is this Tao for the no? Is this Tao for the no? Oh, I didn't know this was so. Okay, those are fine. These are fine. Okay. So for barn is cow, right? Wait. Yeah.
ao,
Oh, cow. Okay, cow. Alright, alright, alright. Barn. Okay. Picture a strand of dense fur. It has pieces of hair sticking out of it. Nice. Because we're gonna have hair at some point. It is warm to the touch. Okay. Hair with okay. Fair enough. It's gonna be related to something else. At least I think. Pretty sure it's in
mao,
it. Mao. Okay. Transferable. Mario. Okay. Mario is inside the barn doing something. With fur. Mario is inside the barn covered in fur. He hopes it will disguise him from the cows, who will think he's a raccoon or something instead. Oh, that's a Tanuki reference. Tanuki reference. That's cute. He accidentally uses a fireball. Yes, the fireball. And it lights his fur on fire and he runs around trying to put it out. Okay. And where he got drizzle. Mao 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 Yu. Mao Mao Yu. Mao 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 B Mao, yeah, Mao B. Makes sense. Like it's related to pencil and pen as well. It's a modifier for like a stick or writing thing. Writing implement. Mao Qi P. Oh, I thought it was T P. Oh, oh, that makes sense. Fur leather. Mao P. Yeah, like P xie, like a leather shoes. P. Mao P. And then Mao Shi. No, Jin. Oh, oh, that Jin. Oh, Mao Jin. Oh, okay, that makes sense too. How that comes out to a towel. And then what the badminton? Oh, that's gotta be just sounds, right? That's just sounds. No, it's not. It's not. Oh wait. Oh, badminton. No, no, no. Badminton is this is a translation. Badminton has his own thing because badminton's all the rage actually. It's pretty big. Pretty big. So I can't see that. I mean, I'm gonna guess that's a 4, so. Oh, that's a different oh no no it's not. 羽毛球 羽毛球 Huh. 羽毛球 Okay. I could be real. I'm probably not gonna remember that. We'll have to wait till it comes up. So what was it? Mario was in the barn. Was inside the barn.
mao,
Dressed up in fur. And then lighting it on fire by accident. Yeah, okay. Fins. All
ao,
fur. Mario was inside. Oh,
mao,
still fur. Bart Simpson was outside the entrance to the auditorium.
ba,
Getting ready to throw 8 rotten fins.
bo,
Hey, there's our 10 lessons. Pretty short, simple. Oh. Oh. Oh wait, we're about to complete 2 of these. Oh, we might. it might include reviews of these actually. Oh no, it might not. But we did get 4, so tomorrow is the day we'll complete to level 2. Not today. We only got... There's only 2 of these that are old, right? I think it was Fire and 2. Yeah, Fire and 2 are the only ones in this review section. Okay. Crossbeam. Gotta make sure. This is, the component, not the character. R. How does R work? Oh, no initial. Who is no Master Chief? Master Chief was in the... What is R? The heck does R stand for? It's not the... Master Chief is in the bathroom of the arcade. Master Chief was in the bathroom of the arcade trying to do a deuce.
二
a code too. That one was pretty funny though. The story was pretty funny. Damen. Yeah, these are fine. Damen.
大门
And that's the main entrance. The main entrance is usually the big entrance.
R
Pawn shop. Is it just an?
安
不行. 不行. These are fine.
不行
不行. Not okay, so... Wait, but what did they want? It's not okay, is it? Yeah, it's not no need or something. They wanted like no oh, can't do. Oh, yeah. Alternatives? Oh my good. Are you Okay, I'm making an exception. We're adding this. We have to add this. There's no, that's not okay. That is not okay. I am not okay with this. I am not okay. Of all the things, I think it's this is how you notate it with no initial. Yes, that they want it. That is not okay. What did they want again? Oh, can't do? Okay. But we're adding that. That's we're finally using it. That is not okay. Acronyms not elaborating on abbreviations is not okay. Not in my book whatsoever. Heavy reliance on abbreviations is something that is leading to complacency and under practice, like using heavy abbreviations for English words. So if one is going to abbreviate, then one is also responsible for what it's abbreviating, in my opinion. So that's probably more a stickler on my end. So Xiang, what is this? Shrek? Shrek is outside of the pawn shop, making a mountain of mud.
山
Bakery was show, but was there a parentheses?
欧
Yeah, there were parentheses around it. Men call. Men call. Yeah, we're okay with
门
those.
口
Men call. Sorry. Oh, wrong tone. Men call. Men call. Men call. The door with the mouth. You just want an entrance for this? Yeah. That entrance looks like a door or a mouth, right? The door. That's a component. Office. Office is just O.
欧
O. 不大。不大。
不大
And not very is what they wanted.日日
日日
日日日日日日we're saying daily, the day to day. What's the context? Cowboy. That's a branding. What did they want this? Can't do? Heck you. Heck you. I wrote not okay. Heck in English abbreviations. That's an English problem, not a Chinese problem. No worries. Boo.
不
Just not. 车子. 车子. Silence. Silent kid sitting in the car, right?
车子
车子. Okay. See. What the heck was this? Xena? Xena outside. With a cowboy reenacting a Wild West thing.
西
行人. 行人.
行人
How'd this work? Go people. Pedestrian. I forgot what the mnemonic was for that. Okay, people are general. Oh yeah, like generally people are okay. Pedestrians. Generally pedestrians are okay. I guess. Oh, 东西
东西
museum piece that has east and west, a weird piece in a museum, weird thing in a museum with east west written on it. Right, fire. How does hall work? Or the Hulk in the basement of the office building burning memos because he's disgruntled, right?
火
And then okay. 出门 So You're leaving out the door, so to exit.
出门
To go out. I think they still use ground for this. Hulk is HU initial. Alright. That's it. So we made one mistake, which was not okay. I just can't do. But it also translates to not okay. So that's a little bit of a weird womp moment, because not okay does not include not okay. If you're ever wondering when you can be pedantic about stuff, this would be it. This is being pedantic, basically. If you're upset like me, I'm not really upset. Not really, because we know the reason why. If you're someone who, you know, likes to care about the small details and the nuances, this is one of those cases where if you overuse abbreviations, then you lose the nuance. You lose the nuance and details of the language, right? Because not okay is not okay as well. This is how you would also represent it in English, right? Won't do is will not do. Can't do is cannot do. So if I cannot do something, if I type cannot do something, you know what? That's probably what we're going to do from now on. We're going to add all the non-abbreviations as synonyms from now on. So I think we're going to do that for WaniKani as well. Whenever there's an abbreviation or a contraction, I'll probably add the synonyms for it, because we got to be pedantic somewhere, I suppose. It is really ironic sometimes when someone, if you focus on certain things and you don't care about it, it's a reflection of you don't care about it. But at the same time, it's really funny when you're learning a target language, you could be incredibly pedantic, but when you're talking about your native language, or a language that you think you know all the stuff and basics on, you come to realize that sometimes this is not okay. Right? Right? 不行。我不是错了，谁错了？I didn't write it incorrectly. Not okay is still not okay. So we'll keep an eye out for this. I think this is something that I'm a stickler for. Overuse of abbreviations and overuse of contractions, largely because we're writing things. Okay, so you know, keep in mind we're not talking about speaking here. We're talking about writing. When you're writing, overuse of abbreviations and contractions can make things a little confusing. A little bit, and less so contractions, I suppose. But contractions can be efficient, although I wouldn't say it's that much more efficient. Yeah. So heck this. I think this is the first time I've encountered this problem, though. So I don't think it's going to be that rare. I mean, that common. That's really funny. I think it's pretty funny. Yeah, so it counts these. So tomorrow, hopefully, because it's after midnight already, and tomorrow's Saturday. I mean today, later today, Saturday. Yes. So we still got 26. It says I still have 26, so that's good. So we'll see what happens when you level up, if anything changes at all. If the pacing changes at all. So tomorrow I'm still not going to be able to do Duolingo. This is going to take me forever. We'll put it as a tentative plan. And see if it's possible. It's probably going to get axed. I'm expecting like at least 40 or 50 lessons in WaniKani and probably like 150 review in WaniKani. And this, we don't know. I think you're still stuck with 10 lessons. So that's fine. It's probably not going to change very much. Now that I think about it. HanziHero is super strict to this thing. So if it's 10, yeah, you know what? It's probably not gonna. This is probably not gonna change too much. We can change it though, which I'm not going to. No hurry. I want to see what happens if leveling up does anything. I'm kind of excited. Anyways, let's review what we have for today, like we usually do. Let's bake in our routine here. Okay. So. Okay. All right. So. Owl is cow. So we think of a barn. And Art Simpson. I wonder if the creators ever thought Art Simpson's initials are BS. I wonder if that's deliberate. Okay, Barn and Bart. We have still fins. Fur. Rain. 5. Okay. And then fur again. And Mao. Rain again. You 5 again. Ooh. And 8. Oh yeah, that's right, because it's a modified, yeah. 8. Right. And yeah. For January. So we have Mario. Mario inside Mario inside the barn, dressed up in fur, hoping the cows don't recognize him, but he set it on fire anyways. Because he's a pep. Okay. So now Art Simpson is outside the entrance to the auditorium. With fins, how many? 8 of the fins, rotten fins to throw inside. Okay. And then we have Yugi. We have Yugi. In the basements. Of the house. taking shelter from the rain, but he's also a pep and cast an eternal rain spell inside, or card, played a eternal rain card, which doesn't exist as far as I know. I could think of a few persistent environmental cards, but I don't think there's one called Eternal Rain. There might be one simply called Rain, though, in Japanese. Like Ame. Or Ame. 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 I think Ame is hard candy. Which one? One of them is hard candy, one of them is I think Ame is rain. Let's see. It's a 50-50. Pitch accent hard. Let's see. Walter White. Walter. Oh, you know what? I don't know how they determine. So there's a bit of flexibility in terms of the extra, like the extra. Let's see, this has no final, but it would be Wu as opposed to just W, right? And that's Yugi, on the other hand, has the U in it. And Bart Simpson needs the ah, so it can't be like Wu. Oh, maybe it's just ooh. Yeah, if I remember correctly, is Walter White in the basement. Right, Walter White in the basement of the house. In the basement of the house, cooking up 5 batches of something of the good stuff, of the blue stuff. And then this one, what is the mnemonic they decide to use? It's the first month, so the first month of the year is January. Just okay. Other than that, right. Right. Oh, 行. Right. 不行. Which, what was the primary they did? Can't do. And that's it. Yep. HanziHero is super consistent. We still didn't even spend an hour, even after my digression. Super consistent. There is a chance I will try to normalize WaniKani to HanziHero's pace, possibly, largely due to making room for other things, right? So tomorrow, I think executively, I am going. The executive decision is I'm gonna place Duolingo Chinese in the rotation for tomorrow because largely it's for practice. I'm practicing. Right now, how many constructs am I up to? I am okay. So today is the end of Friday for me. So I have Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Monday is the last Neverwinter for a couple months, right? So I have 3 days if I practice Duolingo Chinese on Saturday, that means I have 2 days left. 2 days left. And where am I at? On Duolingo Japanese, I have 22 constructs done. On Duolingo Chinese, I think I also have 22 constructs done. So that would mean I would have to do 12 constructs for Japanese on Sunday and 12 constructs for Chinese on Monday. So these two are going to be rest days, right? So these two are going to be rest days. And then Tuesday is the day I start my dual Japanese 3-part summary. With that said, then technically I could use these 3 days to finish up whatever I need to do for these. So I technically have 2 extra days. Largely, or I have 1 extra day. Oh, 2 actually, because I only need to do, what did I say I was going to do? I was going to do like 14, and 6, and then do a summary. Right? Day 1, day 2, day 3. So I could get away with 1 extra day to fill in any gaps, and I can keep getting extra days, although I do need to review these things. And on these days, so starting next Tuesday, right? The third thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to put all my constructs into one place to review my last 100 days. The more I get done, the better, actually. I could even stretch further. If it's like, oh, I got through 14 really, really quick, then I could add more, and then it would free up day 3 to talk about stuff, to a summary. There's lots of planning, things that I've noticed, things that I want to do or kind of want to do with Duolingo. Maybe things that I want to focus on or whatnot. Oh, and all the things that have happened in the last 100 days. Lots of things happened in the last 100 days, right? I want to kind of talk about them quite a bit. Quite a bit of things changed across the last 100 days. I don't know how far the constructs go back. Yeah, so we'll have to talk about that as well. Trying to get ready for that. So I think this is fine. I can still keep it. Tomorrow it might be so long that I have to cut this again. My schedule is pretty packed. Put in the work. Maybe tonight. Tonight I'll squeeze in like, I have to get to 28, right? I have to do at least 6 Japanese constructs. If I can do that, I liberate an extra day so I could carry over. The schedule is so tight. These things take me like hours. Like to do 10 a day, or to do 10 a day, it takes me hours afterwards. With some breaks in between and dinner and whatnot. There's a lot of things. I vastly underestimated how much vocabulary it is. Like the Chinese portion with the 34 constructs that I wanted to go over. Man, it's so much vocabulary. I thought when I think of SRS, right? As I'm doing HanziHero, and then even when I'm doing WaniKani, when I'm going over these constructs, it's way over the daily exposure of WaniKani and HanziHero at the moment. Almost 2 or 3 times It's very specific though. It's very specific because it doesn't start out like that. It's like in the middle, you know. Japanese is in the middle, and then Chinese was just wrapping up. We were wrapping up, so all the stuff got really blurred together. Like sometimes I just stare at something like danrang, right? Danrang, I'm like, what the heck does that look like? And I'm staring at it, it's like this looks so familiar. Or like things like uh Da Swan, right? Da Swan. Da Swan, or something like Yi right? Yi I'm like, what? I'm naming all the ones I'm having problems with. When or that I had a problem when I'm going back. So I'm looking at my notes, right? My constructs, and I'm like, oh, why did I place this here? Like what does this have to relate with this? It is tough. And what's even tougher is I realized that the writing implement, the writing algorithm is super fantastic for Chinese, but it is devastatingly, it leaves me a lot to be desired. Like jisho.org is pretty sweet. Like it's nice, right? It's nice. However, the writing portion, like, you know, all I write out my characters to search because that's part of the exercise that I'm doing, and most of the time I end up looking up the radicals. Like, okay, let's just use the radical input. Instead of doing like copy pasta from memory or something, I usually try to encourage myself when I'm reviewing to be like, okay, well, I can probably get the meaning from this using this line of radicals, right? And whatnot. So, man, I think I've realized that, yeah, even apps are underbaked when it comes to writing, which is understandable because even though people keep talking about their, like, how much they understand their Japanese and their like Chinese progress and whatnot, and yet somehow it really is only the progress that they want or they're interested in. And my interest includes writing, and it's very clear that writing is not a priority, which makes sense, right? That's how I wanted to emphasize my little digression in WaniKani, right? I have to appreciate the idea that people don't care about writing anymore. Like the algorithm, in my opinion, I did a social experiment. I was curious, so I changed up. I looked at their functionality, right? Do they have a separate one where, like, okay, you might not know the stroke order. Do you have an option where you draw the character based on its shape and ignore stroke order? Well, at least the MDBG sorta has a check, a failsafe for that, sort of. However, there's another site that is way more flexible, so to speak, than Jisho. I know, like, people hype Jisho up a lot over time. It's a great resource. However, there's definitely deficiencies. And deficiencies are there largely due to the sake that it doesn't come up very often. Like when you think of, oh, how do I figure out what this word means or how this character means? The first thing that comes to mind is, like, unlike me, like other people, their first thing that can come to mind would be like, oh, I'll just type it, right? Or, oh, I'll look up the shapes from an automatic pull down list or something. And my first thought is, oh, I would just write it. I know the character, so I'm just gonna, just gonna write this here. And how reliable is it that the algo that Jisho has, that even, I tested some social experiments. I'm like, oh, well, what happens if I did it this way? Oh my gosh, that feels so awkward. What if I did it this way? How likely is it that Jisho has an algo that predicates on its shape and awareness of the entire shape versus it has to be verbatim a certain specific length, variety, like for example, if you accidentally turn it down a little like this, right? As opposed to a straight line across. Does this throw off the matching system, right? It actually kind of does. Lots of things do. Like, there were times where I'm like, that's not what I wrote. Like, not even close. And there's not enough like a smart sensor or sensitivity or funneling for that. And ultimately, I found that in Jisho, using radicals is quicker. So even if you have full characters, you could start like, okay, it has this radical in there, so start with this radical, and then you use the auto pull down list or something, and you add the number of strokes and whatnot. That became far more consistent than what I would say if there was a way, a much more AI specific related thing. When you look at the overall shape, right? This used as a mat, like a map, right? As a map to match a existing body of things, you can match this to, right? That's what I discovered. I think MDBG has an algorithm or whatever their system they're using for strokes is fantastic. So kudos to MDBG. I was told, I didn't test Plucko, but Plucko is like the darling gold standard apparently for the Mandarin learning community, as I accept. I haven't used Plucko, but Plucko is like the gold standard for most people. But I'm kind of curious. I will have to test that out. But when I've been reviewing this type of construct, I've encountered something that I wasn't expecting. So that's kind of neat, right? Now I've realized that I rely a lot on writing as a form of review, and tools are kind of a hit and miss when it comes to writing. And you might be thinking, man, your handwriting must suck. It's like, well, there's a difference between handwriting for efficiency and handwriting for accuracy. So when they have this input thing, they give you a pad with grids, and you are writing one character. You're not writing a whole sentence or like a paragraph or a bibliography. You're not writing for efficiency. You're writing for accuracy. And I would say even under-practiced people can see this character and try multiple times, right? You can try multiple times to write as accurate as possible. And it's really hampered, in my opinion, restricted by the software or the coding that they have. MDBG has this really interesting thing where it like softens your input. So when you're like writing this and you have like a slight initiation gap here and a lift gap here, you can see the lift and the initiation of your strokes. Oh, and also, by the way, you can't use pen. So I don't even, not to say that when I say MDBG is fantastic, I mean they're fantastic if you're okay with the mouse. So I have to write and search these with my mouse because it doesn't take pen inputs. So you can't even write it with the pen input. Like I've been practicing most of my the last year in writing. You have to use a mouse. So even then there's like the softener for MDBG that kind of makes it, maybe they're softening the strokes so that it's more like encloses a lot more possibilities. But whatever it is, whatever they're doing, it's pretty fantastic compared to like Jisho. I don't know what it is about Jisho. Maybe my Japanese is just terrible. It would be interesting. There's no way I have a control, so I can't control for it. The way I controlled for it was I took as simple of a character as I can, like for example, Jew, right? I took Jew and I wrote it both ways. And I'm kind of curious if they paid attention to stroke order. And the answer is yes, they do. By default, they have to take in stroke order. So then I start thinking, well, what happens if you slightly tilt this? Like, you know, at an axis, does it still pick it up? Right? So I messed around for quite a bit. And I earnestly think Isho gets a pass for something that's diminished return, right? But these are experiences that are unique to me, I would say, and maybe like a much smaller population of Japanese language learners. Why is this important? Well, it's as important as someone who thinks pitch accent is important, right? If you like Japanese, then I like Japanese, you know, the language. So naturally then I wouldn't necessarily say I would write off things just because I don't care about them, right? And writing is one of them. I don't write off pitch accent either. I try my best when I catch the pitch accent. Like right? Ame and ame, right? Ame and ame. Kami and kami. Or kami. Kami, right? All neutral, down and up. So I try. So writing, not the greatest. I'll talk more about this in the review. I'm collecting my thoughts. Reviewing this in the privacy. So like I'm not streaming this part, largely because I would be doing this for like 16 hours straight. Like the streams would be 16 hours of me, like an additional 8 to 9 hours of me sitting there, like cross-referencing, trying to write my constructs. So that I'm not streaming, largely because my health and my like the intent of my channel and the stuff would be conflicting. But I'll try to summarize most of the stuff. I'll try to summarize like how did I go about this, how I did it, and then what did that teach me. And that's one of the things. Writing implementation is not so hot. Not that anyone is asking for better writing implementation. Yeah. Anyways, that's a little teaser for today. I'll be back tomorrow at the normal time, maybe even earlier, because I'm kind of afraid. Afraid, not in the sense that I'm not going to look forward to it. Afraid that I might have too much fun and neglect my due diligence in doing work. Right? This is work to me. This is something that I have to keep myself honest. This is my due diligence. It's my fundamentals, right? Supposedly, I'm supposed to know all these things. Just because I've known them once in my life doesn't necessarily mean I haven't forgotten a lot of those things. Much like when someone uses an abbreviation and I ask them, can you spell that word? And sometimes it will take you longer than you think, right? Or when you say something so many times, you realize you didn't even know that you're using them. Like, for example, when I tried to point out a behavior and the person may or may not believe that to be true. When someone points out a behavior about me, I'd like to believe I'm more likely to be receptive to that. At the same time, though, it is definitely still more noticeable to myself, right? If someone points out something and you have to pause on it, you're thinking, is that true or not? I would like to say oftentimes when someone is around you often, they're more likely to point things out that you probably have forgotten or not noticed anymore. And that's usually because the basics and foundations are no longer with you. You don't pay attention to them anymore. There's nothing to be discovered, for example. It's not important to you anymore. And this is me right here. I'll talk about it later. I'll say it twice, at least twice, for both the reviews. I do this because if it took me 37 years to get to whatever this arbitrary level of American diction, American English diction and usage now, it is incredibly arrogant and almost foolhardy to think that learning a target language then for less than that would get you to a level that you can confidently say, yeah, you don't need to do your due diligence, right? I think logic would dictate that if people are not already complimenting your execution of all the languages you believe you are competent in, it could be different. I would say definitely learning a target language at a later stage in your life has very interesting non-overlapping components. With that, it is very, very difficult to deny the mountain of logical inconsistencies to suggest that you're older now and you don't need to put in more practice, like your younger self. And hear me out here. I have no doubt in my mind that a motivated adult is far more efficient when it comes to due diligence and discipline. You would think that, right? As an adult, you're comparing to your younger self, right? Your younger self. There are a lot of psychological benefits where that comes with discipline. And there are a lot of benefits that come with inexperience. And I think one of the biggest is that adults tend to be complacent due to their growing foresight. It's a double edge. With discipline comes complacency and foresight. So like, I've done this before. I know exactly what I need to know. I don't need to do this. This is the way I learn. It's the best way I learned. So I'm just going to stick to the best way I learn. Meanwhile, younger, it's inexperience, so it's a hit and miss. However, the young and passionate thing allows an evocation of persistence. Like perseverance is the word I'm looking for, not persistence. Perseverance. Now, here's the funny thing though. Perseverance can often look like passion. And I'm not saying these are exclusive to adults or younger. An adult can be blinded by passion as well, which makes them youthful, however appear inexperienced. Like, for example, if you're passionate, then you just work hard, right? Forehead. If you work hard, then you'll succeed. That's a passion, inexperience mentality, which often comes with youth because you're less likely to be experienced. So with that said, when you're an adult, you're more likely to have less passion, but passion still exists because with that trade-off, you have discipline, right? Discipline and XP, which prevents you from working harder than you need to. And that comes with the whole idea of focusing on efficiency and efficacy, right? Now, here's the thing. In my opinion, there's a balance to all of this. A sufficiency necessary for perseverance and a sufficiency necessary for discipline. This is my discipline here. I'm trying to be disciplined about my reviews and my constructs and my stringency, my reviews and my practice is incredibly disciplined. It requires discipline to systemically be consistent. Foundation practice, consistency, speaking, right? Repetition, that's due diligence. It's your discipline. Learning is youthful. It's passionate. It's perseverance. So oftentimes those things, in my opinion, gets mixed up. When you learn, in my opinion, and you mix it with practice, that to me creates a dissonance. Personally, I think other people will have their own thing. For me, if I'm learning something and you're treating it like practice, I will probably push back. Largely because when you treat something that it is not, oftentimes I'll tell you straight up, like, we don't agree on this. It's a cognitive dissonance. I'm learning, so there's no practicing involved. When you practice something a lot or maybe enough and you go to someone who's learning and then you show them what you practice, then they won't be able to relate to you, because most of the situation is like, oh, hey, thanks for the info. Now I know. I didn't learn it yet, so thanks, I guess, right? And then when you continue to do it consistently, then the person who's learning will less and less likely be receptive to you. They will listen to you less and less, largely due to the nature that they don't get a chance to learn something while you get to practice the things you've already practiced, which you didn't learn, right? Hear me out here, though. There is a silver lining where when practice becomes a teaching opportunity. So when you're teaching something to someone that's learning, it looks very different. It looks very different. And we'll save that for another day to talk about. I think I'll probably talk about it in one of these things. Where how teaching and practicing are two different things, in my opinion. Like, dramatically two different things. Gecko and I have many of these discussions, and it's wonderful because Gecko often approaches questions and explainers and whatnot from a teaching and an instructive perspective, something that's very indicative of someone who needs to take care of a little one, right? When one becomes a parent, for example, or a very experienced adult who takes care of other people or takes care of people of other ages and whatnot, their way of teaching is not the same as disseminating knowledge, right? If you fail at something, my immediate reaction is not to tell you the right answer. My immediate action is to tell you, do you want help? To ask you, do you want help? And if not, may I demonstrate something that isn't the answer, but may aid in you finding the answer, right? Or enabling someone to learn a skill in the learning process. It's very different. And I think that comes ultimately with XP, right? I think teaching is a discipline, so it requires discipline. It's not the same. Teaching is not, in my opinion, the same as passion and perseverance. Basically, how would I illustrate this? You're trying to help your friend, right? If you're trying to help your friend, so you basically tell them the mistakes that they keep making over and over again, as though telling them enough time will get them to learn something. That's almost akin to beating against a dead horse, expecting it to do better, or doing the same exact action, hoping that the reaction would be different. It will be different because you're talking to a human being, but it might not be what you're expecting. You might actually get pushed out as opposed to be inclusive in. Hear me out here. If you are a person who gets really upset or dislikes when a higher authority nags you and consistently tell you the same thing and remind you of the same thing, that you're constantly making an error by telling you the solution is the same solution, then what kind of awareness would you have if you do that the same when you grow older to someone else, right? Ultimately, for me, it usually doesn't work out. So I have a very high respect for people who teach, because the successful teachers are the ones who have to spend a lot of time not necessarily catering to passion and perseverance, but to the act of discipline, doing their due diligence. You have to study many different ways. You have to engage in many different ways, largely due to the nature that repeating yourself over and over again and stating facts is not sufficient to engage someone's learning process, in my opinion, especially today's age. And I think the biggest irony that I have to say in my language learning encounters is that people who say self-study is wonderful and that they finally get to learn what they want to learn ends up teaching the same way that they dislike, largely because it's the lowest form of effort, in my opinion, and it's the most efficient, right? It requires the lowest amount of effort and the highest efficiency. So when you're used to hearing other people teach you in a way and you dislike it, it's very ironic that when you go and teach other people or help other people, that is the low amount of effort you use, right? In my opinion. Like, this is a personal anecdote. I think the high frequency is largely teaching. The act of teaching and helping are a different discipline than the act of learning and practicing. So projecting the way you practice, projecting the things you know is very different from teaching the things you know, and it requires understanding what the other person is doing, right? I'm going to sound like a broken record, but these are some of the themes I'm going to be summarizing, right? For Japanese and Chinese. Maybe it's less so Chinese, largely because I don't have a lot more interactions. I think Japanese is the biggest reaction most of the time. It's so consistent now. It's even more consistent about this point now, largely because we're getting to a point where now I'm doing things that I do know, but somehow people go back to assuming you don't know because that's all you see, right? Same, but different. So now I'm having this, which is expected. I'm not saying this is not expected. I started WaniKani and HanziHero knowing that this was going to be one of the first experiences. People explaining to me the things that I've spent over a year learning already, and it's largely due to the nature that when people give advice, they don't ask what the other person knows already. They share what they know to practice. And I am I'm very privileged that there are people who want to do that. That's more than I expect someone saying, "Oh yeah, you suck," and leaves the chat, right? Or something like that. So I'm always incredibly appreciative. But at the same time, I want to add something to it. I don't want to leave you hanging with no response or reciprocation. So my response would be like, well, thank you. I know that. And now let's talk about something else that's related to it, right? And this is how I would relate to it. It happens a lot. So if I ever start over again, quote unquote, start over again, like in terms of Japanese progress or Hanzi, like Japanese or Chinese progress, then it's going to happen again. You have to I have to accept the idea that it's a lot easier and more efficient if when you talk to people, you don't have to do your due diligence. And to me, that is not my default state. I do not default to that. It doesn't save me energy, and that's the whole point. I spend most of my energy figuring out every single time, one by one basis, to know what the other person knows already before I say anything, right? Like, oh, hey, so what did you do to solve the problem? Or like something like, I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure if this person knows if these reads are correct or not. I'm kind of curious how much they know. Instead, it's more like, oh, this person made a mistake, so I should correct it. Because if I made a mistake, I would want someone to correct me. I absolutely disagree with that. Like most of the time, I would disagree with that, largely due to the behavior, right? Because if I asked you, did you like school? Did you like it when you lose points? Did you like it when a teacher writes the correct answer and don't give you an explanation to your tests? Do you like it when someone marks this wrong and asks you, go figure it out yourself? Or do you like it when someone writes an answer and it's like, well, that's the right answer. That's all you need to know. It's like, well, can you explain this to me? I don't see why I lost points here. If that angers you, what makes you think that doing the same thing and behaving the same thing would, tell someone else that you don't find this okay? So, like, for example, I go back to my anecdotes with so many people who say they like learning from their mistakes, and yet they try very, very hard to almost prevent other people from doing that. I think that's the biggest learning lesson I have to this day, where there's this weird situation where a lot of people are able to appreciate how much making mistakes and learning and correcting their own mistakes was valuable to them. All at the same time, if they are very experienced people and they know a lot, they would ironically do all in their power a lot of times, or even their emotional stress, to prevent that from being something that happens in another person. So you're admitting, or you're suggesting, that you owe a lot of your growth to being able to learn from your mistakes. Yet when you hang out with someone, you can't stand the sight of that other person, or even emotionally, or understand it, that they're making a mistake too, and instead of expecting them to learn from the mistakes and do better, like yourself, you somehow projected your worries, but did not project your confidence. that they were going to grow from it. So somehow you are different in your mind because you can grow from making mistakes, but the person that you're talking to has no capacity to do that. So instead, you emphasize that you're doing that person a favor by preventing them from making that mistake and or correcting them so that they don't have to correct that mistake as a benefit, right? It's a tough world, and yes, human emotions are irrational. So I don't expect this to be the last time I digress and rant about this, largely because I think that's how most people interact these days. They don't like being corrected, but they think they're doing everyone a favor by correcting other people. That's the nature of the world we live in at the moment. I think the one thing that I find most agreeable is hopefully that in any case, those people will find long-term friends that meet eye to eye on that. This would be a classic case of double standard. It's a double standard. You are different. Somehow you're special. So when you learn Japanese a certain way, other people shouldn't have to learn that way because you know better. That's it's a double standard. It's kind of like saying, I'm not like you, so hear me out. I'm doing you this favor, right? Don't make the same mistake I made to get to my Japanese competence level, because you can do it better if I prevented those mistakes from happening. It's kind of like saying, I can become like you without doing anything you've done in your life. That to me sounds like a paradox. So, I don't know what to say about that. I don't get that far, by the way. Most of those people have already moved on with their lives, which makes rational sense because they don't care enough. Not that they're bad people. Maybe it's me, right? It's a two-body problem, right? Maybe I don't care enough to want to accept that they want to mold me into something that's different from them. Like, I don't mind being like you. Like, if I make the same mistake as you, doesn't that just mean that by the time in 3 years, there's a chance that I end up being competent in Japanese too? It's like, well, no, it's different. If you don't make these mistakes with my guidance, somehow you'll be even better than me. It's really not that's the case. I think most of the time they say, I'm preventing this mistake because I'm doing you a favor. Like, well, you don't know what happens then, right? You could care. That's a little different, right? Anyways, that's a little bit of a digression. I think I have some topics to talk about in the future. Something to think about. It's a food for thought. Like, some ruminations, thinking about teaching a lot of times. One last thing, and I promise this is the last thing. All of this stuff that I'm talking about is the meeting of strangers, right? It's the meeting of strangers. There's no obligation. There aren't imposed obligations. When you go into a classroom that you paid tuition for or tax money for, and the person in the front of the class is standardized to provide something, you and the person that's working there has entered a contract, a prearranged obligatory contract of expectations. That is not the situation that's not the situation I'm referring to here. I'm referring to how one can collectively communicate with other people as colleagues, mutual respected colleagues who exchange and build from each other, who will eventually become friends, right? If not even surrogate family members, people you come to rely on, be consistent with, want to be around with. You can't be friends in a professional setting because one is offering a service and the other, there's ethical concerns, right? If you are friends with your teacher, there's a lot of ethical concerns with that. However, when you're talking online and you're trying to say want people to trust you or want to build an audience or have people who believe you care about them, acting in a way that's instructional, like I'm the special person, I have the right answers, so if you stray away from me, then you are the wrong person. That type of thing, it does work. It works in a manipulative, obligatory, dependent way. I don't think there are a lot of people who succeeded at doing it this way, but there are some that cross ethical lines. Other people, what they do is they provide a sense of solace and a sense of entertainment that creates that dependency, right? And that's what makes them special. So they don't have to tell anyone that they're special. They're demonstrating that as non-instructive. Like, what I mean is their passion and demonstration is through their experience. If you're going out to instruct someone about something, it's a different type of dynamic. Here, in this case, I'm pretty direct about this stuff most of the time. I don't want to end up being that person who's passive aggressive, so I really do nail these and address them directly. It's a part of me that I think will be the highest selection factor. As in, I don't want this to become a problem later. So, if you're not this type of person, it can be a rough road ahead, right? It's probably one of the higher standards, if I had to call it a standard, that I offer people. If you double down on discussing things and sharing things, I'll double down too. It might not be all sunshine and rainbows, but I certainly wouldn't give up. Like I would definitely not give up on these things. Due diligence and discipline, right? Due diligence, discipline. There is some form of passion and perseverance in it. Passion and perseverance is like, trust me, bro. And trust me, bro. If you trust me, I trust you too. We'll work it out. And then discipline and diligence is like, okay, so we've talked about this. We talked about this. Let's go over all the stuff that we know now, and then continue to grow from there. Like, there's due diligence, lots of repetition, right? Agreements, disagreements, conflicts of interest, but we can resolve those, that type of thing. Passion is purely feeling like, oh man, I'm not vibing with this guy. It's like, well, all right. Being friends with people is not purely based on vibes, in my opinion. I think there are friends that can be built on both. Like, I trust my friends to tell me when I'm not barking down the wrong tree, right? Or barking up the wrong tree, kind of thing, or going down the wrong rabbit hole, or a disagreeable rabbit hole in which they can concisely express it. So with that, I want to end on a very, very open-ended, but hopefully a little bit more positive note. I hope everyone has friends like that. Friends, family, colleagues, people online. If you're playing a competitive multiplayer game, which I have talked about 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I hope you have at least one competitive multiplayer game friend that's like that. So even if you have like the worst days and you just get bodied by your opponent in every game, the next day you can run through it with your friend, run through it with in the head, shake it off, talk about it and whatnot, and then proceed to play. Because if you can do that, it's trivial. Like, what else can something challenge your friendship or your family relations or your child parent relationship, right? I think that's definitely worth keeping in mind. I am very, very lucky. There is element of luck, of course. However, when luck throws you a bone, oh, I like triple down. I like quadruple down on people. As in, I don't let that luck pass, right? That opportunity is there. It's ripe for the taking. I take every opportunity. I try to take as many opportunities as I can. So, it's part luck. However, if you constantly take every opportunity, then it's less and less about luck, but more and more about due diligence and discipline. So, I have no qualms with trusting and calling up any of the couple. I only have a couple of friends that, without a doubt, even with no context whatsoever, I trust their both their objective and subjective value in pretty much anything, really. So with that note, I hope everyone else has this type of people around them. Obviously, it can't be some stranger online who you have a slight parasocial relationship with if you're listening and exchanging the same interests. I hope that everyone else, you have some of that. And a lot of this talking and thing, about language learning and stuff, I talk about it this way because I'm language learning, right? Which is, I know it's not, it's like, well, yeah, duh. Like, it's worth saying that to myself, but at the same time, I am going to interact with other people in the future like this. As in, when I talk to someone else, like if I go up to someone in the future and I see that they're starting language learning or they're going to learn Japanese or Chinese, how am I going to approach someone, both demonstrating that I'm incredibly interested in language learning and seeing them learn without being someone who becomes an impediment to them enjoying language learning. Like, you might be thinking, oh yeah, but if I correct them and whatnot, they'll get more progress. So you think, get more progress, and then that more progress will encourage them to learn more language. It could work if you ask yourself, did that person like formal education? Did you like formal education? Right? Because that's kind of how formal education works. For me, I have to determine that first. So in the future, these are all the things I'm thinking about. Like, what am I going to say in the video when I'm summarizing, right? What am I going to say in this video? What are the most important lessons that I've learned from, or that I'm trying to teach myself or learn from doing these constructs, right? These are the things and these are the tales and experiences that I want to share as a form of legacy for myself. And this very conversation is I'm practically having it with myself and with anybody else who will listen to in the future, or maybe even myself in the future. I want to tell people that, yeah, you can learn in so many different ways. And I don't want to be that person who, when I show up, this person's suddenly like, oh no, I better be on my A game and I better not make any errors. Like, I don't want to like disappoint this person. It's like, no, you can't disappoint me, right? Or at least I try not to say it's very difficult to disappoint me. You're learning a language. If you have a smile, if you're practicing and you don't, you're doing your due diligence, the sky's the limit. I hope that I can at least be an encouragement, a source of encouragement, as opposed to some sort of weight on someone, right? Just a thought. And with that friendly thought, may you have a wonderful... The New Year's is coming up. Churn reminded me. It's actually 2 weeks from the Lunar New Year, and I'm already getting a little sappy because Lunar New Year's is the time when my family actually does a lot more things. We do our daily rituals, talk about things. So in the spirit, the premature spirit of the Lunar New Year's, right? I wish everyone the best of health in the coming years, or in the coming year, right? Best health with friends and family and company, and also a delightful dinner. Not that you have to observe Lunar New Year, just the idea that someone, at least myself, is out there wishing you the best, right? And with that, I'll be back tomorrow. We have a lot of content to consume tomorrow. Not in HanziHero, but in WaniKani. HanziHero is probably relatively normal. But until then, if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. So until next time, 下次见, right? Stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.